97.3 The Fan listeners. If you're drowsy, sluggish, or feeling fatigued, you're about to get your afternoon boost. With Tony Gwynn Jr.
And my man in the airport was like, Larry's gonna kill you.
Chris Ello.
I know what Scraby is thinking, I believe. And that's a dangerous precedent to try to...
And Matt Scraby.
Well, this is just great, everybody.
Don't blame us for any side effects.
You thrilled our fans throughout the postseason.
Gwynn and Chris are ready to go.
Welcome in, Gwynn and Chris. Tuesday afternoon from the Peoria Sports Complex. Padres taking on the Giants tonight at Scottsdale. So, be some travel involved.
Yeah, good luck, Tony.
Yeah, no. I will be departing earlier.
You might as well be driving straight to San Francisco. I think you'd get there faster than just going across over here to Scottsdale tonight.
Yeah, no. Certainly, traffic will be an issue during the weekday. Nonetheless, we come to you guys live again once here at the complex. We got plenty lined up for you. Connor Joe will join us in the first hour of the show. We got Jason Adams at some point. We got Jason Adam at some point.
Yeah.
We have
Cease.
Dylan Cease at some point. We got Brandon Lockridge at some point. We got T. Wade at some point. So a fully loaded show for our listeners today. Plus, the Aztecs get to work tonight against the North Carolina Tar Heels.
Oh, boy.
6:30 tip-off, I believe.
6:10.
6:10 tip-off.
Yeah, well, they're playing it on 6:10, and they usually are pretty close to those.
They are.
I was thinking about that one today, and two of the last three national runners-up playing each other. The Aztecs lost the championship game in 2023. North Carolina lost it in 2022.
That's right. They
so,
sure did.
I mean, this has got to be the best ever first four matchup. And, I appreciate North Carolina for what they are and what they've meant to.
It's probably not often you'd be able to say that this matchup has a 23 runner-up and a 22 runner-up.
Right.
Yeah.
But I appreciate everything North Carolina has accomplished and what they mean to college basketball and everything. But
gotta go.
The Aztecs are not getting their due here at all. I mean, they've won 7 tournament games in the last 2 years, and people are dismissing them out of this game as if they're just kind of a mini speed bump in North Carolina's way to the next round.
I think I understand it, though. I mean, North Carolina is embedded in our heads.
Yeah, I know.
As a blue blood, and I think for us in San Diego, we know what the Aztecs bring to the table, and I think at some point today, folks in North Carolina are going to know what San Diego State brings to the table. But I understand the fact that they're getting all the pub. I mean, it's North Carolina. I mean, that's kind of comes with it. But by no means does the publicity that they're getting have anything to do with what's actually going to happen on the court tonight.
Nope, you're right. And I think the Aztecs feel like they got a reprieve.
Yeah.
I'm sure North Carolina feels similar, but, this Aztec team sweated it out.
People upset about North Carolina getting in.
I know.
A lot of people. I mean, at this point, I think one of the governor officials in
oh, yes, we talked about this yesterday.
in West Virginia.
The West Virginia governor has his attorney general looking into the selection of North Carolina. So, yeah.
That's funny.
That is pretty funny. But, yeah, I think the Aztecs feel similar. They had to sweat for 3 days after losing that Boise State game. And, the Aztecs, they know how good they can be. And Brian Dutcher did say this morning that Magoon Guath is going to play. Yep. So he's ready. He's in there. That's a huge boost. And, the Aztecs are going to have to play their great defense, Tony, because North Carolina's got blue blood name and blue blood athletes out there
for sure.
So it's going to be a fun game tonight, but I'm excited about the opportunity, and I'm sure the kids are too. So.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think should be a fun matchup. Meanwhile, out here in spring, how's you guys' day? How was your spring training visit? It wraps up here today after the show. How have you guys? How's your visit gone?
I'm looking forward to getting in the car away from Scraby and driving home tonight.
I didn't do anything to you.
I know you were pretty good.
I've been
Well-
so nice to you. I went and picked up lunch. I ordered lunch both days. I've been so nice to you.
You've been so nice to me, but driving with you is a stressful thing.
It's not at all.
Let me explain.
It's not at all.
Let me explain what happens, Tony Gwynn Jr.
Please, by all means.
This guy gets to a yellow light, not a yellow light, and he's slamming on the brakes. And we are sitting there first up in the intersection, and you know that these traffic lights in Peoria
Well, they're
are
long.
hella long.
Did you just say hella?
And we've been
That describes it.
Did
though.
he just say
He did.
hella?
He did.
Hella long.
And he used it perfectly. Nice work there, Chris.
Thank you. We have spent, you've been here 2 days. I think we spent one full day at the traffic light because Scraby won't go through a yellow light.
Okay,
Scraby, you're not going through yellow lights, huh?
First off, these are some of the biggest intersections that are out there.
Touche.
They're like at least half a mile long. Now, when you see that it's going yellow and you're not even in the intersection yet, I am not chancing that whatsoever.
Everybody knows that yellow light means speed up.
No, that's actually it's
what it's always meant.
It's caution.
I
Chris.
will say that is how they treat it here in Arizona.
Yeah.
Yellow is a speed up
Yes.
and go.
It's ridiculous.
Even if it is partially turned red, they are still blowing through those lights. That's just kind of how it works out there.
Well,
Chris is sitting in the car, so I stopped and he's like, "Oh, well, we're gonna be here for another 3 minutes."
yeah, it was 3 minutes. It's nothing. It's at least
at least 3
The
minutes.
punishment is me
it's
being in the
3
car with
minutes,
you for
but
3 extra minutes.
right. I mean, it's both ways. It goes both ways. Cuts both ways. I look 3 minutes, but like 10 times.
Right.
So that
Right,
adds
right.
up, and that's my whole thing. That's time we're never getting back. Spend it, little
we gotta get you
lights
through-
that
we
you
gotta
won't
get
go
you through
through.
these lights, man.
Now, Tony told me that I probably was making the right move.
Yeah, I did. I did tell him that. Having been an experienced driver here in
Well,
Arizona.
he's trying to avoid an accident, but what he's not avoiding is
But
the
then, yeah,
person
I was
behind us slamming into us because he stopped so short.
I was going to say, Chris then countered my point
Right.
with a very good one, which is that you can get ran up on the back of you if
Yes.
you hit those brakes, especially on a baby yellow light. With a baby yellow light, it just turned yellow.
Right.
I
And
didn't stop unless I saw the yellow before I entered the intersection.
Okay.
No.
All right.
And then yesterday, here's
No.
Not accurate. He
So
says.
yesterday, Chris and I are waiting at this light, and I'm like, actually, I'm going to go straight where it's green. And so we're waiting at this red light, and then I get in the intersection, and of course, it turns yellow right in the middle of the intersection. I'm like, ah! Screaming as I'm going through.
He's trying to be a rule follower, and we already know he's not a rule
I
follower.
am,
He lets
though.
his dog run around without a leash all the time.
Will you
are
leave
not
that
a
out of
rule
it?
follower.
Will you
follower.
leave that out of it, okay?
Well, we've had a really fun day to answer your fun 2 days to answer your question, Tony. It's been a great trip, and thanks to Craig and to you and to everybody else in the Padres PR department. We've had some great interviews, and we've got some more coming up today.
We have a contingent of people
I was going to
crowding
say,
around the bullpen here.
it seems like we have all of a sudden a breaking story going on. What's happening over
I
there?
don't know if it's breaking, but there is someone in the bullpen that's not dressed in uniform.
That everybody wants to
Wearing, like,
see
t-shirt.
pitch.
And I only am paying attention because I see AC and Dennis Lynn over there. And, this is around the time that Mike Schilt will come out to have his presser. So that's the only reason why I got up is because I saw AC and Dennis over there. And then I asked Sam to go take a look, see what's going on. So he's going to come back and let us.
Sam will report
Is he
back
going to yell
us.
at you when he gets back? Because that guy is grumpy.
Well,
Let me tell you.
I mean, he hung with you all last night. So, I mean, maybe
I am a
there's-
pleasant human being.
Maybe there's a correlation there. I'm not sure.
I am a pleasant human being.
Pretty sure there's a correlation there. I was up early, though, today, like before the crack of dawn. I actually saw the last 3 outs.
Oh,
of
the game, yes.
The Dodgers
That's
over the
right.
Cubs, putting the Padres immediately a half game out of first place in the NL West.
Now, the Dodgers, I don't believe, had Freddie Freeman or
Right.
Mookie Betts.
Yeah, we know
in
Mookie
game
Betts
one.
wasn't going to play, but Freddie was a last-minute scratch with some sort of stomach ailment or something, so he didn't play.
Enjoying Japan a little too much, huh?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
they put Kike Hernandez over there at first base, and Kike looked like Keith Hernandez. He's picking balls and making great plays, and Tanner Scott came in and closed the game out for the Dodgers. So They are 1-0.
My old friend Tanner, huh?
Yeah, old Tanner
He
Scott.
looked amazing.
Yeah, he blew
looks
them away.
amazing.
Yeah, he blew them away in the last inning.
Their
But,
bullpen, I don't think, gave up a hit in the last 4 innings.
4 or 5 innings. Yamamoto started. He pitched well, and Shohei had a single and a double to delight the fans there in Tokyo. But the Major League Baseball season is underway officially.
I'm glad it looked good for him on Game 1. We'll see how the rest of the game
couldn't have been happier for the Dodgers. But they got one in. But I'm excited about this. The couple of days we've had here, and having Connor Joe on in a little while. I mean, he's an amazing story.
Really
I don't think people all know the story, Tony, of the cancer that he has beaten. Right at the beginning of his career to be diagnosed with that. And for him to come back and now be playing for his hometown team, I know you're going to like that interview. It's coming up. Dylan Cease will be on today, as you said, and Jason Adam. And Brandon Lockridge, Tyler Wade. It's been a good couple of days.
It has.
We've had a good couple of days. So,
real quick, my Lakers are back rebounding after a couple bad losses on the road.
Is the NBA still going?
You know what, guys?
We're going to have to end this segment. Mike Schultz on his way out to do his presser. We don't want to be the loud mouths while he's doing it. So we're going to get to break. When we return, more Gwynn and Chris on the other side. Joseph Musgrove in the building.
Give him a round of applause, everyone.
It's not a bad setup right here, huh?
No, not at all. Not at all. How you doing, Joe?
I feel great, man. Yeah, really good. Excited.
I heard you say on the stage today, 2 months away from throwing a baseball.
Yeah.
What are those 2 months going to be like for you?
A lot of patience, I've been working really hard, man. Been really diligent with the rehab. The strengthening stuff has all been, right on par. I've kind of hit every checkpoint with ease. And that was something that was told to me early on is like, really give it the time that you need on the front end. You don't throw for 6 months regardless. So, don't try to go out and be a hero and get yourself throwing in 4 months. Just, do all the rehab, hit all the checkpoints, and then, maybe make up some time on the back end, once I'm consistently throwing. So strength feels really good. It's just, getting the shoulder moving again and back in like certain ranges before I start playing catch.
For those who may not know, I don't think it was ever going to be in question whether Joe was going to attack his rehab the way he has already started to attack it. This is one of the most hard-working people I've ever been around. But this is new territory for you.
Yeah.
I mean, you are a guy who I consider well-educated on anything he's about to walk through.
Yeah.
What was your education like leading up to surgery? I know you must have talked to a billion people. You don't leave stones unturned.
Yeah.
What was that like, getting yourself prepared for this surgery?
Yeah, I got a notebook full of pages of conversations, phone calls, doctor visits. I vetted 3-4 different doctor options. Called everybody I knew that had Tommy John. Called guys that had had it twice, and what the difference was the second time around compared to the first. So
this is your first, correct?
My first one, yeah. So I feel like I've done every bit of the homework that I could. I feel like I was as prepared and as educated on the process as possible. And now it's just putting the the lessons that I've learned from other people and their experiences, along with the feel and the trust that I have for myself.
We're talking to Joe Musgrove here on 97.3 The Fan. And Joe, last year you called into our show. And
yeah, there we go.
You played a prank on me, and it was a really good prank because my heart stopped a beat for a second, and it still does. But I appreciate you doing that. This is the first time we've actually been able to talk about it.
A little locker room talk. It's all good, baby.
I told him, I told these folks that his eyes almost popped out of his head when Joe got on that phone.
Well, yeah, when I'm told I can't come into the clubhouse, it's a little concerning, considering, I'm not that crazy of a guy, but
no,
anyway.
You're good by us down there. You're
Okay,
welcome
good.
whenever.
All right. I just wanted to ask you about the mental side of things, because it's got to be hard knowing you're coming into the year you're not going to pitch.
Right.
But you still have to keep working. How do you stay in that zone?
I think, first off, it's a little bit of a relief. It's a chance to kind of step back from, the constant mentality and approach of like being on edge and getting ready and prepared, and just the stresses that, any ball player deals with on the day-to-day of like mechanics feeling out of whack, or as spring gets closer, maybe you haven't hit the checkpoints that you want to hit, or things aren't, as consistent as you like it to be. So not having to deal with those stresses has been super nice. I've been able to focus on life a little bit, got engaged, got a new home, made some moves. yeah, so it's been really good. And I think, once I had the surgery, I knew what was ahead of me and, how long the road was. And, it took a little while to get to a good headspace, but I feel like I'm in a great spot now. And, I was saying earlier out on the stage, I'm not claiming to be Superman, but I really believe in my ability to heal and, my ability to, to push my body and get it ready. So I'm preparing and shooting for a return in the postseason at some point. And if, we're a month away from that and I realize it's a long shot, I'm completely fine with, sitting out and, preparing for 26. But I keep myself busy, man. I've really tried to be an extension of the coaching staff and, provide, assistance and help and, experience and, things that help these younger guys and, some of our guys that are transitioning to a starting role, help their careers grow. So, keep myself busy and keeping tasks, to have, at my fingertips, things to work on has been a good relief for me.
Joseph Musgrove in the building.
Give him a round of applause, everyone.
What's up? It's not a bad setup right here, huh?
No, not at all. Not at all. How you doing, Joe?
I feel great, man. Yeah, really good. Excited.
I heard you say on the stage today, 2 months away from throwing a baseball.
Yeah.
What are those 2 months going to be like for you?
A lot of patience, I've been working really hard, man. Been really diligent with the rehab. The strengthening stuff has all been, right on par. I've kind of hit every checkpoint with ease. And that was something that was told to me early on is like, really give it the time that you need on the front end. You don't throw for 6 months regardless. So, don't try to go out and be a hero and get yourself throwing in 4 months. Just, do all the rehab, hit all the checkpoints, and then, maybe make up some time on the back end, once I'm consistently throwing. So, strength feels really good. It's just, getting the shoulder moving again and back in like certain ranges before I start playing catch.
For those who may not know, I don't think it was ever going to be in question whether Joe was going to attack his rehab the way.
All right, Gwynn and Chris underway for I was here. I was reading something.
I always know that he's paying attention. I always think he wants us to think he's not paying attention.
I was trying to gather some information over here. Chris Ello, Tony Gwynn Jr., Matt Scraby on the back patio at Padres Spring Complex here, Peoria, Arizona. Tony will be heading on out to Scottsdale here in a little bit. It really is a long drive in the traffic of the Phoenix area. He and Jesse will be broadcasting the game, which actually will be carried on the station tonight, following our show at 6 o'clock. Padres and Giants, but we had some great interviews for you coming up, including Connor Joe in this hour. Mike Schilt just came out for his daily little quick press conference with the assembled media here, and he laid on a little news that isn't all the greatest thing in the world, Tony, about Yu Darvish. Now, he had said yesterday that Yu was feeling a little fatigue, and he expanded on that a little today.
Yeah, sounds like a little inflammation he's dealing with right now, and he was able to get through catch today. So, that's not always two things that go together. Typically,
right.
You feel an inflammation, they typically shut you down. For you, who's dealt with this before, it seemed like he was still able to get through catch. They're going to play it day to day. Now, that being said, I imagine they're going to want an endpoint to the inflammation part, right? And they're going to, and so, I think it's good that he's not the opening day starter because that buys him more time. He's likely not going to be the number 2 starter. That buys him at least another day there as we go through the first time in through the rotation. But I would say that his start, whenever that is, 3rd day, 2nd day, 4th day, is probably in jeopardy a little bit. So,
yeah. And Scraby and I talked about this just a little bit yesterday with Yu Darvish. I mean, you want him ready opening day, but when you really want him ready is in September and October. And the good thing about Yu Darvish is he knows his body, his arm, probably as well as, if not better than any pitcher in all of baseball. Because Yu Darvish is a master at getting himself ready to pitch, getting himself ready to compete, knowing what he can and can't do. So if he has to miss a couple of starts in April, I'm going to be all right with that. That's not guaranteed, but I'm just saying if that does happen, I just want him ready to shut out the Dodgers in October like he did last year.
I think ultimately it's not just about September. It's really about him getting through the season.
Yeah.
Right? Because you're going to need some
you
starts from him. I mean, you're not going to just be able to just keep him, you know.
No, you're right. You can't just
September.
Hey, come on, let's go.
You're going to need him to kind of get through the season, but you're going to have to help him. I mean, he's dealt with some elbow issues, shoulder issues in his stint here as a Padre, and so I think the Padres are well equipped to be able to manage this the way they are. Now, I think the question that was posed to Mike Schilt by Kevin Acee was how he felt about the depth, and Padres do have some options, some guys who are throwing the ball well here, at least in spring. Stephen Kolek, he's going tonight. He's a guy that has been impressive, as has Hart been impressive, according to Mike Schilt.
Kyle Hart, yeah.
Kyle Hart. So
the lefty.
They have more depth than I think we initially thought coming in the spring.
They still have Vasquez.
I was just about to say they still have Vasquez, and apparently Matt Waldron, who had kind of been sidelined a little bit with an oblique. It sounds like it is turning out a lot better than they initially thought, meaning they thought this was going to be typically what an oblique takes, but I guess the first 48 hours have been in such a way that they're feeling a lot better about it. Now, he's not throwing yet because they want to make sure that they don't have a reoccurrence, because typically, as with the hamstring, you get a reoccurrence with the oblique. It's a lot longer to return. So they're not going to press the issue on it, but they are encouraged by how he's felt in the first 48 hours of that.
I'm always taken by the oblique injury, because I don't think your dad ever had an oblique injury. He may have had a hip injury. He may have had a muscle around the hip injury, but they never called that an oblique. It's something a little newer.
Well, I mean,
but now everybody seems to get one.
I think players are way.
You get an oblique.
You get an oblique. Yeah,
I think,
never heard that until the last 10 years.
Yeah, I think players are just way stronger and can get enough torque in their side, whether it's throwing, whether it's hitting, than they ever have in the past. I mean, just think the game was a lot more contact based from a swing standpoint in the 80s, early 90s. It changed mid 90s on. And that's when we started hearing about obliques, when the swing became a more power-filled swing. We got guys throwing harder than they ever have. So I think all that kind of coincides with it. But nonetheless, it sounds like Waldron is a little further along than I think initially thought.
Mr. Sam Levitt came over and let me know that if you want to see the full comments from Mike Schilt, you can go to our Twitter page right now at 97.3 The Fan SD, and it's up there for everyone.
What a self-serving note that was from Sam Levitt. He just wants people to watch his video.
That was for the listeners. Well, every video from here comes from Sam Levitt.
That's right. I know. I'm just giving you a hard time. No, that's good. Yeah, you can definitely hear everything he said. So you can make up your own thoughts on what he said about Mr. Darvish. That's not the best news of all. We'll just have to deal with it.
It is the type of news you get over the course of 162, though.
Or before 162 even starts.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the way it goes. I mean, Padres will figure out a way, as they have over the last couple of years when they've been hit with preseason injuries, I guess. And
yeah, well, look at the Dodgers. Before they even played one game in Tokyo, they lost Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman.
But this goes back to something you said last week, and it had to do with the injuries. And this is why teams go out and sign more guys than there's spots
need.
For.
Yes.
Because inevitably, as you get into the competition, one, if you're lucky, perhaps more, get hurt. Right. And then those spots, now the idea that you have to maybe, put somebody on waivers, release somebody, kind of goes out the window, because you now need those arms. You now need those bodies. And as you said, it's probably going to clear itself up sometime before we get to opening day, and sure enough, you got a few injuries on the board that have likely opened up spots for guys that we were maybe headed to El Paso.
Scrappy, you thinking conspiracy or something untoward about guys going on the injured list? Or are you just accepting it at face value? Because you don't ever do that.
I don't think I have much of a choice, but I think that certain injuries, I'm not saying they're faking anything. But Darvish, I mean, they don't need him back until later in the year. So maybe the injury isn't as bad, or maybe he's not as sore, but I have no qualms so far, Chris,
with what they're doing. Yeah,
yes.
Because they've got, we've talked about it. They've got 7, 8, 9 guys even competing for the last 4 or 5 roster spots, non-pitching roster spots. And it's going to be very interesting to see who wins those battles. And if any of those guys are put on the injured list so that, you don't want to have to part with these guys. So that might be the only other option. Yeah. It'll be interesting to see how that works out. Cardinals have lost their shortstop for a little bit, Mason Wynn.
Oh, what happened?
He's got wrist soreness, scratched from the lineup today. So maybe nothing too serious, but we'll see. Milwaukee Brewers deciding today that Joey Ortiz was going to officially move from third base to shortstop to replace Willie Adames there. The Brewers have been thinking about moving Bryce Terang over. I didn't know that Bryce Terang, did you know this? He was the Platinum Glove winner last year in the National League.
At what position?
Second base.
Really?
The Brewers' second base. That's the award that Fernando won a few years ago as the best fielder in the whole league.
And this is my point, for those who like to kind of, poo-poo the voting on Gold Glove. Back in the day, a guy like Bruce Terang could never win a Gold Glove in the 90s.
Because he wasn't a big enough name.
Because he wasn't a big enough name. It just goes to show you they are putting a lot more kind of data into how you get a Gold Glove, how you get a Platinum Glove. And I think that's awesome. A guy like Terang should have a chance if he is that good as apparently he was to win a Platinum Gold Glove, a Platinum Glove, not Platinum Gold Glove. That would kind
Platinum Glove.
That would,
yes.
That would be kind of sweet though.
Like
Platinum
a half Platinum,
gold.
half gold.
Yeah. Make the strings on the glove gold.
But the whole idea is the Platinum is better than gold, so you want the kind of
whole
Gold Glove.
You make a Gold Glove and then you put Platinum over it so that you got both.
Don't you get 2 gloves if you're the Platinum Glove winner? You get the Gold Glove and a Platinum Glove. I bet you get 2 of them.
Maybe so.
Did Fernando win the Gold Glove when he won the Platinum? Can you win the Platinum Glove and not win a Gold Glove?
No, the Platinum Glove goes to somebody who won the Gold Glove.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Yes, it goes to somebody. You have to be the best defender anywhere in the league. But in order to, win that, you have to at least win your position Gold Glove.
Yeah.
So that used to be Arenado's thing. He used to get it every year, the Platinum Glove. But then Fernando jumped in there, and now it's Bryce Terang. Who knew?
Who knew?
I certainly didn't know until I saw the update. Now, did you guys see it? Did either of you see into the Dodger game, or just highlights,
Absolutely
or
not.
nothing?
I saw highlights.
Scraby, you're not up at 4:45.
Not about.
Did you watch any of it?
Yes, I told you. I saw the last couple of innings.
That's nuts. That's nuts.
I am nuts. But
what time was that? What time was that?
Here's the thing. You guys will get my age someday. You just wake up now. I hate to tell you. And, I didn't set an alarm.
Well, that's a good thing that you wake up.
I just woke up. I was ready to go, and I said, wait, the game's on. I'm going to watch it. And, the Cubs they had no chance. I don't even know if the Cubs are – people are, like, talking about the Cubs like they're going to be good this year.
Yeah,
who do they have? I mean, I don't even know. They use their rookie third baseman, Bush. No, Michael Bush batted cleanup.
He's their
first base. Yep. The rookie was at third base.
Shaw. Yeah.
Shaw's not ready.
Yeah.
Not for the Dodgers, at least. I mean, he was.
I've heard that sentiment a couple times today.
He looked like he was
overmatched.
He looked overmatched to me.
The Cubs will be all right. They got Tucker. They got.
It's like Kyle Tucker.
They got Swanson.
That's all.
That's not it, Chris. They have Seiya Suzuki.
Yeah, Seiya. That's all.
That's all.
Oh, and they got the Pete
Crow Armstrong.
Pete Crow Armstrong.
He's not ready either.
No, stop.
He's ready, Chris.
Yamamoto whipped a couple past him like it was
Why
a piece
are you
of cake.
acting like me? This is the first game of the year.
I'm overreacting. It's the only game I've got to talk about.
Overreaction Tuesday.
It's the only game of the year I got to talk about.
I was not about to ruin my sleep schedule for the next week. Thanks for coughing into the mic.
I'm sorry.
I was not about to do that just so I could see.
Thanks for coughing into the mic. You're such a jerk.
I mean, he was like into the mic. Like he was trying, but it was still into the mic. I don't understand it.
You just slide it up next time.
Yeah, you can go like this. Sorry, everyone.
I think a good producer would have a cough button nearby.
We're like, what? In what world do you live in that you're going to have a random cough button on remote at a picnic table?
I don't know. I'm just trying to get something.
I thoroughly enjoy being around you two.
I don't.
You guys make me laugh.
We
all
are
day.
crazy.
And I get 2 days with you guys next week
Ooh.
before the season starts because we're off Tuesday, Wednesday. So I'll be in studio
interesting.
those 2 days.
All right. I can't believe that the season starts next Thursday.
It's
That's
really
insane
crazy.
that it
It's
came
really
around so
crazy.
quick.
It is crazy. I'm ready for
I'm
it.
ready to live out a suitcase, guys. Let's do it.
You are?
No, I'm absolutely not ready. But
I
I'm
was gonna
going
say.
to tell myself I am.
Well, that's the right attitude to have, especially when you're about to take about, I don't know, 60 flights
Yeah,
in the
quite a
next
lot.
8 months or something like that.
Don't forget Tony Gwynn Jr., not necessarily a fan of flying,
Not,
but he
a
has
fan
to
at
take
all.
that many every year.
Just relax.
Oh, trust me. Nice little margarita gets you right to relaxing. And
This is this is random, and I know we need to get to break.
yes,
But did you know the margarita is the most popular drink in America?
Of course.
What would it beat out? Like, what would beat it out?
I don't know. I never really thought about it, but I was watching my guy John Taffer on Bar Rescue the other day, and he was telling me that the margarita is the most popular drink in America.
Makes sense.
I cannot think of a time that I ever ordered a margarita.
That's because you were going Long Island iced tea. You wanted a lot more alcohol in there.
That's true. I just wanted the bottle of tequila. I didn't want the rest
Right. You didn't need to play around with these fruits and stuff. Just get me the straight thing.
of it.
Those were the days.
Yeah.
All right,
Oh,
Tony's gonna head to Scottsdale, but he's with us throughout the show with all of our interviews. We got Connor Joe first up, and I tweeted out a little bit ago. It just turned out really good, and I think you'll enjoy it. If you don't know the whole story of Connor Joe, listen up. If you think you know it, listen up anyway, because there's some stuff in there that you may not be aware of. Really good stuff with the Poway native when we come back on Gwynn and Chris.
Stay low. Hands on the heart. Stay low. Wait on all the way down. Let it rain. All the way. Here we go. Okay.
To Peoria, and Gwynn and Chris from Padres Spring Training, day 2 of our 2-day stay here in Arizona. Tony Gwynn Jr., as mentioned, on his way to Scottsdale, which is far, and made that much further by just they have awful traffic here. I'm not trying to be, certainly not part of the Phoenix Chamber of Commerce, but I mean, I don't know how people live here, man. It gets hotter than anything.
Hotter than anything.
Yes, in May, June, July, August. I mean, 110, 120 traffic. Sorry. I think spring training's fabulous, but I'm glad we're getting back to San Diego.
Well, now you know
after
why
the show tonight.
Well, now you know why I wasn't like going through the light all crazy, because there's bad drivers here, Chris.
There's bad drivers everywhere.
Yeah, but I think you're right. I think you're right that Arizona has some particularly bad drivers.
Okay.
When we were coming here, though, you and I were talking about this yesterday, but the people on the road are absolutely insane. I was going maybe 85, Chris, and I had someone behind me, like pushing me to go 150.
I know.
It was ridiculous.
And you want them to go around you, but they'd rather tailgate you.
And then when they do go around you, then they slow down in front of you. It's the weirdest thing in the world.
I don't get it all, but we'll just, you just got to try to survive it. That's it.
You do have to try to survive.
And we got 5.5 hours going back to San Diego tonight. So we'll do our very best and come to you from the Odyssey Palace Studios tomorrow. But here in Peoria, like I said, it's all about the Padres. It's all about spring training. And Connor Joe is from Poway, right? I mean, he's a local kid. He went on he tells us in this interview, but he went on a tour of Petco Park once. Bruce Bochy was there as the Padre manager, flipping him some pitches, some underhand pitches to hit in the cage. He ends up going to USD. He ends up making the majors, and he debuts with the Giants playing for Bruce Bochy.
Yeah.
In Petco Park. It's incredible.
One thing you forgot about this story.
What?
It was the same day Fernando debuted. They
Was
debuted
that?
on the same day.
That I did not know.
Yeah.
I did not remember that. But Connor Joe debuted here with the Giants in San Diego. Then he went to ended up with Colorado, Pittsburgh, and now he's come home. And you put all that together with the fact that he survived cancer.
Yeah.
He was diagnosed in March of 2020.
Not a great time.
Yeah, right. That's when the whole world shut down, right?
Yep.
March of 2020 was when he was diagnosed. He had it beaten by July of 2020. I mean, it's incredible. And now, here's Connor Joe. He's got a whole new lease and look on life. And I think you're going to find his interview that we were able to do with him earlier entertaining and inspirational as well. And our spring training visits continue here with Connor Joe, a Poway High, University of San Diego, and after a couple of stops in San Francisco and Colorado and Pittsburgh, and now with the Padres. Connor, is that as cool for you as it seems to all of us?
Yeah, absolutely.
That you're now a Padre?
Yeah, it's every kid's dream to play for their hometown team, and
yeah,
my hometown happens to be San Diego, the best city in America. So, absolutely, it's a dream come true for me to be here.
Connor, I heard you talk a little bit about it not necessarily being about the destination. You kind of were out in free agency looking for the best fit. You've come in, and how have you felt like you've been able to kind of blend in with the rest of the guys here in this clubhouse?
Yeah, absolutely. The free agency process was really about picking the best opportunity for my career, my family. And then as it got down to the end, obviously having San Diego in the mix, there was a couple teams at the final decision. And, it was hard not to be really intrigued by San Diego, right? The opportunity was really good. The fit was good for me. And then also just the ability to be at home and play in front of the San Diego fans. I know how electric the stadium is and stuff like that. So all those factors make this really exciting and something I'm really happy for. As far as camp going, it's going really well. I think getting first couple of weeks, you get acclimated and you get to know the guys, obviously playing against them. You get to know them a little bit, but it's always different when you get into a clubhouse and you get to know them on a deeper level. The staff, it also takes a little bit of a learning curve for that as well, like how their coaching style is. And, I'm trying to teach them how they can help coach me. So it's, so much conversation early on in camp. And then as you get that kind of ironed out and get a feel for everyone, it's pretty status quo as far as getting yourself ready for a championship season.
Connor Joe, Padres outfielder, first base, DH, and we're looking forward to a little of all of that. Correct me if I'm wrong. You made your debut at Petco Park, though, with the Giants, right? Yeah. So this is always coming back to San Diego for you, right?
Yeah.
Talk a little bit about where you were that day. I remember that game pretty well. It was opening night or second night of the season. You're out in the outfield. And where you were then, where you are now.
Yeah, thinking back at that, it feels like, man, a lifetime ago.
Yeah.
Everything was moving so fast for me. I had the whole spring training. I was a Rule 5 pick. So for people that don't know what that is, it's a stipulation where you get Rule 5, you get put on the big league roster, and you have to stick with that big league team, or you get offered back to your original organization. I was with Cincinnati in camp. They made a couple trades, which made it really hard for me to see like a pathway with that team. As it came down to the end of camp, I got traded to the Giants with a week left. So starting the whole process of, getting to know people's names. I didn't know people's names going into the season. Really cool story about that was Bruce Bochy was able to tell me that I was going to make the opening day roster and debut in San Diego. I grew up watching Bruce Bochy. Took a tour at Qualcomm Stadium with my dad, where Bochy was tossing to me in the batting cage. So a lot of full circle moments for me in my career, but everything was moving really fast. I didn't know that I was going to be starting opening day. It happened to be, I think, facing Eric Lauer. So I was starting in left field. Didn't really know how to be a big leaguer. Didn't know how to prepare myself for a game. Didn't know how to read scouting reports. And so everything was moving quick. Long story short, I got, I think it was a couple weeks with the Giants, got DFA'd, sent back to the Dodgers. So now where I'm at now, I know myself better. I know how I can contribute to a team, how I can contribute to a locker room, what I offer to a team. I just know myself better. I'm more mature. I know how to read a scouting report. I know how to I know how to filter information that can benefit me. I know how to filter out information that is too much. I'm just in a lot better place. I know how to simplify the game, and I see the game in a different perspective, I guess.
It's the closest thing that you feel to naked on the field.
When
you go back and you've had the kind of experience that Connor has, you look back at that time and you just think how little you actually knew. And it's kind of remarkable that you're even in the big leagues at that point.
Oh, yeah.
Connor, you've obviously had to deal with some tough situations. You dealt with the cancer. You were able to beat that. And, all while trying to figure out who you were as a big leaguer. I mean, at what point did you start to feel like you were turning the corner into what you could offer a clubhouse, how you could help a team best with your skill set?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm a firm believer that everything happens for a reason. And as I look back at my journey and career, it's cancer happened for a reason. And I think after my cancer battle, my journey, I became a better person, a better man, a better husband, which in turn helped me become a better baseball player. That journey. Yeah. I learned so much from baseball before that helped me go through that journey. And then I learned so much from that journey that helped me become a better baseball player. So it's like stages and layers and layers. But yeah, I know myself better. I see my priorities are in line. Baseball is still extremely important to me, but going through cancer and being a survivor, it's like there's other things other than baseball. And baseball doesn't define me, right? Who I am as a dad, who I am as a husband really defines me. And that in turn took a lot of pressure off me on the baseball field. I still pour into baseball. It's my passion. I love it so much, and I'm extremely dedicated to it. But I was able to separate baseball and then also life away from the field, which is just freed me up mentally and freed me up. It's amazing.
I mean, you go through something like that, an 0 for 4 day doesn't sound as,
Right.
as stressful, right?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
we're visiting with Connor Joe here. All right, this guy is, he is Mr. Poway and his life and the Gwynn name, but he's also in the Poway High School Hall of Fame. What do we have to do to get you in there?
I don't know.
Come on.
He's on his way. I can tell you that.
Come on.
He's well on his way.
Please open up a spot for him, will you, Tony?
I mean, listen, I don't get a vote in this. I was just excited to be a part of it. But again, as I said, Connor is he's doing it. I mean, he has put together a fabulous career to this point, and he's still got a lot of time left.
Oh yeah. Okay, I'm going to go off the board, and I hope I don't put you in a tough spot. But you played last year in Pittsburgh, Paul Skeens. Paul Skeens is amazing, but unfortunately in San Diego, he was up against Jackson Merrill for the Rookie of the Year award. So we were always kind of glancing an awkward eye toward Paul Skeens, and now you get to know Jackson Merrill. Talk a little bit about, make us like Paul Skeens a little bit more than we do in San Diego, because we're not fair to him here. We really aren't,
Yeah, I know. That was a really fun race to watch. Those two guys doing their thing, and Paul's an ultimate pro. And as I get to know Jackson,
that's a rookie too, by the way.
Well.
He's saying, he's an ultimate pro. That's
right.
That's
really
a huge compliment.
Man. Yeah. But as I get to know Jackson, like he's the same way, and he carries himself the same way, and he works like a pro. But Paul's great. Like what you see on the field is what you get, and then away from the field, he's true professional. He got the military background in his family, so he knows how to carry himself. He's respectful of others, but he also knows how to contribute to the clubhouse, and he's not just shut off to himself and to himself. Like he's got so much attention and so much publicity throughout the whole year, and he really knew how to handle that and not let that divert him from his work on the field. I'm a big fan of Paul. I got to know him really well, and really impressed with what he did. Obviously seeing Jackson, on the highlights, it's like, man, he definitely was the Rookie of the Year as a offensive player. It just was unfortunate that he matched up with Paul in the same year.
Yeah.
Connor Joe joins us here, Powegian, USD, and now a San Diego Padre.
And by the way, Tony doesn't normally allow USD interviews because we're both Aztecs. You're making an excuse because he's Poway,
He's
right?
Poway
That's
first,
right.
Right. Connor, spring offensively got off to a little bit of a slow start for you. You're bouncing around, playing different positions, which is nothing new for you. Over the last 2 weeks, though, that has changed. You have started to swing the bat. You're using all fields. The thing that I enjoy watching this team as you guys start to put it together is there's a team approach to this ball club. It's what gave them so much success. You guys seemingly are just trying to work to add to that this year. How have you been able to get going offensively? I know obviously it takes some time to get your feet under you, but it's been a noticeable difference in your ABs and your swing over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I think there's always a progression to spring training, how it's structured, right? Like hitters are always going to be behind pitchers. That's just the nature of the game. So it's early on, it's really, you got to be able to get feedback from your at-bats in the right way, right? It's not necessarily just about the hits or just about the numbers, but as I ramped up and got into the routine and how I wanted to take at-bats, I've been really happy with the past couple weeks. Victor is really big on preaching Petco Park hitting, right? So for fans, Petco Park has historically played more pitcher friendly, and I think on the offensive side they brought that to our awareness. And Petco Park hitting is basically gap to gap hitting. Past year I got really one-sided and really pull happy, and I think coming into this organization and being around Victor, McCoy, all the hitting staff, it's they've opened me up to becoming more hitterish and more of a complete hitter, using the whole field. It's been great, and to get around these guys, to hear how they're talking, the superstars are here, right? I'm just trying to compliment them and be a small part of it and learn from these guys. So gap to gap hitting is who I am. That's how I'm going to produce numbers, right? Everyone wants to hit homers, and those are great, but you can also slug by hitting doubles, right? OPS is great, and there's so many different ways to OPS. So the past couple of weeks has been great because I have been driving the ball the other way, and that's something that I got away from last year, and that's something I'm capable of. So I hope to continue
Last thing, Connor, we really appreciate the time. This question comes from a pair of very jealous people here. Your hair is incredible. So talk a little bit about, you can't help but notice it, right? When you see this guy play.
Anybody who can wrap it up, put it in a bun,
my God,
they're already winning.
Yeah, he's unbelievable. This is going to be you going forward? Do you ever see going short?
Oh man. You know what? It's kind of when I was going through cancer, and I did lose my hair the second round of chemo. As it grew back, it was like, I don't know if people know, but when you go through chemo, as it grows back, it's like super curly. And my hair right now is super straight. It's always been straight my whole life. So as it grew back curly, I was like, wow, this is really cool. Maybe just let it grow. And I signed with the Rockies, and there's 1,000 mullets over there, started by Charlie Blackman.
Right.
So
yes.
So I was like, I kind of fit in here. So kind of just kept on letting it grow. As I cut it straightened out, and I kind of just wear it as a badge of honor, right? It's kind of like,
that's great.
I lost all my hair. I went through cancer, and now as it's growing back, it's like I just wear it as kind of a badge of honor,
awesome.
which is kind of cool. I probably should take a little bit better care of it, other than just rinsing water through it and putting some pomade. But I love it. Yeah, it's me.
I think it's gonna be something now. Every time I see you, I'm gonna think about what that all stands for.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's a great thing. Connor, thanks so much for the time. Great for me to get to meet you, and you'll have a great season with Tony. And we wish you all the best of luck.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. That's fun.
Thank you, Connor.
Yeah.
Good stuff from Connor Joe. Really good stuff from Connor Joe. This guy, lost all his hair going through chemotherapy, and now he wears it's kind of, I'm jealous for sure. He's got amazing hair.
You're jealous.
Yeah, come on. Look at the guy.
He does have amazing hair.
He does. But look, he says he wears it as a badge of honor. And I totally get that, having gone through what he went through.
Yeah.
And, you get diagnosed. Cancer's hard enough. How about testicular cancer?
At his
age. And, now he's, real advocate and getting out there and reminding people to get checked and to stay on top of stuff. And, so it's something that's become, and as he said, you go through something like that, an 0 for 4 day doesn't seem quite as bad.
I know. I need that perspective at times, because I don't have it at times.
I don't either. None of us do. You know why?
Because we haven't been through it.
Well, no, because we all play fantasy sports, and we need 4 for 4 for our statistics. That's
true.
We are so selfish when it comes to watching baseball games. We don't even care who wins these games, as long as our guy hits a couple of home runs.
Yeah, I don't care if the Bengals beat the Cowboys 56-7.
Right, in football.
How many yards did Jamar Chase get?
That's
all I care about.
That's all we care about, and it's funny because it's the last thing any of them care about. So, anyway, really enjoyed meeting Connor Joe.
Would you draft yourself if you were a professional athlete? Because I know that Maurice Jones-Drew always drafted himself.
I don't think I could even play if I was a professional athlete. Yeah, I don't think I could do that.
You wouldn't do your own sport. Would you do other sports?
Yeah, I would think maybe for fun.
Because I think Josh Allen drafted himself, because he talked about it after the 49ers game where he threw a touchdown pass to himself, basically, when Amari Cooper.
Oh, I remember that, yeah.
He got a touchdown pass and a receiving touchdown on the same play.
And he was happy with it.
And he was happy because he had his fantasy. He had himself in fantasy.
All right, 1 hour's down. We got a whole bunch of fun interviews still to go. Brandon Lockridge, Tyler Wade in the next hour. Also a little daily gambit. Look ahead to tonight's NCAA basketball tournament. Yes, indeed. We're back underway from Peoria, day 2 of our 2-day stay at Padres spring training. The back patio of the Peoria Sports Complex. Chris Ello, Matt Scraby, Tony Gwynn Jr., heading on over to Scottsdale. He and Jesse Agler will have the call of tonight's game between the Padres and Giants. You'll hear it right here on 97.3 The Fan following our program today. And then Scraby and I'll be heading back to San Diego, and we'll be coming to you from the Odyssey Palace Studios tomorrow. But it's been a good couple of days. One quick programming note. Tyler Wade and Brandon Lockridge are going to swap places here in this hour. So it'll be Tyler Wade coming up in about 10 minutes, 15 minutes or so. Brandon Lockridge after that. Although Scraby's shaking his head.
No, I'm not shaking my head.
Oh,
I'm having major issues with the technology today. Internet is not working that well today.
Sorry to hear that, Scrabe.
Yeah.
Anything I can do to help?
Yeah, go feed the hamster.
Go. What does that mean?
Go
to run the wheel,
yeah,
so
run
that the
wheel.
energy.
Yes,
I see.
Go feed that, please.
All right, I'll do that for you. But at first, I got to tell you about this. Now, we're going to get into the Daily Gambit. There's really, we'll do some picks and just talk about some of these spreads. But there's a story right now, and I want my Aztec fans to listen up to this. There's a story on ESPN Plus. You know the stuff I have
for it, yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
There's a story on there. And here's the headline of the story. Double-digit seeds with the highest upset potential in the men's NCAA tournament.
Ooh.
All right, so you're taking teams that are seeded 10th, 11th, 12th, double-digit seeds. Teams most likely to win as double-digit seeds. Here's the biggest, most probable upset, according to ESPN Plus.
Okay.
North Carolina beating Ole Miss.
Oh, so they've already given North Carolina the spot.
Exactly. Thank you.
They don't even have to go against the Aztecs.
You're seeing it the exact same way I read it. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, come on. I know that it's North Carolina. I said this earlier. I get it. They are, royalty in college basketball. Michael Jordan went there, okay? I got you. But
that doesn't appeal to me.
Right. The Aztecs have won 7 tournament games in the last 2 years. They at least deserve a little bit of love and respect. But to write an article and say, the most probable upset is North Carolina being Ole Miss, as if the Aztecs aren't even in the tournament, is anyway. I just want to get everybody. No. I want everybody to be yelling a little louder at their TV than they were going to be in the first place.
I am 100% with you. I hate when the media does this. They just, I think in the national media, would I pay attention to San Diego State in North Carolina? Yes, because San Diego State just went to the championship game 2 years ago. 2 years ago, they were in the Sweet 16 last year.
Last year's Sweet 16. That's why I say 7 tournament wins in the last 2 years.
Why does no one give them respect?
No. Don't get it. We know why it is. It's because they're in the Mountain West and they play on the West Coast. And these people at ESPN all live on the East Coast.
They do.
They all go to bed, before the Aztecs even take the court.
Yeah.
It takes a really savvy college basketball analyst to even bring up how great the atmosphere is at Viejas and what it's about, and the fact that it's been sold out for about 14 straight years, and the success that this program has had. I saw Seth Greenberg interviewed today, and he's now officially a turncoat. This is a guy that
turncoat.
Yeah, this is a guy that used to coach at Long Beach State, right? He was kind of just a Southern California. Then he got the job at Virginia Tech and a couple of other, schools. And now he's an ESPN, analyst. And they're talking to him about North Carolina's chances to go to the Sweet 16. And he's saying they're really good. And I'm like, don't you know even have to play a game first.
That is true.
I hope the Aztecs have one of their days, because I know if they have one of their days, they're going to whip them. But, you never. The Aztecs have to win to make all of this complaining worthwhile. Otherwise, it's just noise.
I am not. I'm confident in the Aztecs, but this team.
I know this team's made it tough.
Issues.
Well, first of all, they're going to be. The first 5 possessions of the game, they're going to commit a foul.
Well, Chris,
which drives me crazy.
Watched the game in the studio with me. He was like, "Oh, another foul away from the ball. What are they doing?"
I know, away from the ball, 50 feet from the basket. PJ Davis, who's been incredible this year, but he just can't help himself. He's got to foul somebody 50 feet from the basket. So stop doing that. They got to get us. They got to get an offensive rebound, because Boise State killed him with that. I'm hoping that, Magoon Guaf being in there will help, change some of that.
Yeah.
But anyway, 6:10 for the Aztecs, North Carolina. You can listen to Tony and Jesse, watch the or do whatever you need to do. But that's coming up. All right, let's do a little daily gambit. So we don't have a ton of stuff, but we'll give you some odds and some lines. Here we go.
Do you like money?
I think about money a lot.
Do you like money without doing anything?
Winning.
Do you want to make money while watching sports?
I think Washington is immortal luck.
Washington! Woohoo! If you answered yes, this is your segment. Just don't blame us when you lose.
Nothing is ever your fault.
It's your game. Take it.
Gwynn and Chris go through the top bets of the day in The Daily Gambit on 97.3 The Fan.
And today's Daily Gambit is our daily sports betting segment here on Gwynn and Chris. Please, everybody, gamble responsibly. Chris, what you got for us today?
Well, not a lot. Not a lot. I got the North Carolina Aztecs game. The line has gone back and forth a little bit.
Okay.
Started at 3.5. Then everybody bet on North Carolina, so went up to 4.5. But looking at the latest here on ESPN Bet, it's back to 3.5. So maybe some people are, believing in the red and black there a little bit. The other game, there's actually a game before that.
It's a 16-seed game, right?
Yeah, the 2-16 seed. St. Francis of Pennsylvania taking on Alabama State.
I've heard the St. Francis of North Dakota was way better than St. Francis of Pennsylvania.
I don't know about that, but I knew the St. Francis of Pennsylvania is in the tournament. Alabama State's favored by 3.5 points. It's interesting because all 4 of these San Diego teams are in their tournament, right? You got the Aztec men today. You got the UCSD women tomorrow. You got the UCSD men on Thursday. Hopefully you got the Aztec men again on Friday, and then you got the Aztec women Saturday. The point is all the teams are underdogs except for CSD women.
Wow, nice job.
Tomorrow night, because they're in the play-in game as well against Southern, and they're actually favored by 2.5 points. So,
all right.
We got to win a couple of these things.
Have to win at least one.
Right? We have to win it. No, I want more.
You can't go 0 for 4.
Exactly.
That would be depressing.
Right? I mean, we're so excited about college basketball right now. All 4 teams going in, and how many of them are going to survive the week? It's going to be tough. It's going to be very tough. I'll tell you, the team everybody believes in more than any other is not the Aztecs. It's UC San Diego's men's team. More and more people that I'm reading and looking on, whatever, are saying they're going to beat Michigan, and they are going to beat Texas A&M, and they're going to the Sweet 16.
Okay.
Now, there is one statistic in their favor, UCSD's favor against Michigan. UCSD never turns the ball over, and UCSD forces a ton of turnovers, second most in the country.
So they got a plus. They got a plus on the turnover.
Very good at forcing turnovers. Michigan ranks 328th in turning the ball over.
So they turn it over almost most in the country.
So Michigan turns it over almost more than any other team in the country. UCSD gets more turnovers than anybody. It's set up for UCSD to just take the ball away from Michigan all night long.
I'm not a college basketball coach.
Right.
But isn't it a focus to expose that if you're Eric Olin?
He will. Oh, he's going to put pressure on Michigan and hope they turn it over. Absolutely.
Michigan
is
is
how
like
they're going to win the game.
Michigan's quote unquote brand name, but I
Same
would
thing.
love to see UCSD come in and just beat them.
Same thing, man. Michigan. I told you yesterday, Michigan is coached by Dusty May. Was the Nick Boyd's coach at Florida Atlantic when the Aztecs played them in the Final Four. Anyway, so good luck to all the NCAA tournament teams in San Diego this week. There's really nothing else in the spread department.
That is huge. I mean, to have 4 teams in the tournament, and think about if USD, you could have up to 6 teams in a tournament if all the teams in San Diego were good.
Yeah. That didn't quite happen.
No,
USD left
they were very far away
left
from
us a little short of that.
Yes.
But we got 4.
They won a WCC tournament game. So.
They did. But that was as far as USD went this year.
That is true.
All right, Aztecs, North Carolina, 3.5-point spread. 144 is the over-under if you're into that. I don't think it's going to be that high. I think North Carolina wants it to be that high. But the Aztecs will be better served if they keep the game in the 60s tonight.
That's their game.
Patience, get good shots on offense, and make North Carolina work deep in the shot clock to get looks at the other end of the floor. Don't get in a run-up-and-down game. That's not going to help the Aztecs, I don't think.
I will not text you tonight with the score, I promise.
I will be driving. I will not watch this game until about midnight tonight. That is like Scraby cannot believe that that's going to happen.
That is wild to me because I'm going to turn on the TV thing and I'm going to put it in my seat and I'm just going to listen to it through the car.
You are not. You're going to pick up the phone and look at it while you're driving.
No. You were in the car with me. I was a great
driver. You won't even be tempted once to pick up the phone and look at the score on the phone?
No, because they'll tell me.
Interesting.
They'll tell me.
See, I think you're crazy. You think I'm crazy.
I don't need to see the game. I'm a radio guy, Chris. I love radio play-by-play.
Yes, but you're going to be listening.
TV play-by-play. Yeah, you're right.
You're going to be listening to TV play-by-play.
Okay, fine. I'm not gonna tune into the place that broadcasts it either because that is against my feelings. So I guess I'm just not going to consume the game whatsoever.
I don't know what you're going to do. I think what you should do is set it up on your DVR and watch it when you get home, like I'm going to do.
I don't want to do that.
All right. When we come back, what did you decide on? Tyler Wade?
Yeah, Tyler Wade.
Padres from spring training after a check of traffic for those of you there in San Diego. All right, welcome back to Gwynn and Chris. Chris Hello, Tony Gwynn Jr., Matt Scraby from Peoria, day 2 of our spring training broadcasts. And a ton of great interviews with Padre players, including a man who last year, Scraby, played second base. He played shortstop, played third, played left, right, and center.
Was that good?
He also DH'd.
Oh, okay.
And he was a pinch hitter.
Okay.
I don't know why Tyler Wade couldn't just step in and catch or pitch.
He needs to.
He also didn't play first base. Those are the only ones he did not play last year.
I'm sure he could if they needed him to.
Pretty valuable guy.
And he also put his life on the line for the Padres last year when he dove in face first into home plate and put his head right into the dirt. Do you remember that, Chris?
I don't. For some reason, which game was that?
I think it might have even been against the Marlins, but he dove into home and he took a face full of dirt. He was safe, but he was down for a little bit. So that's when I really respected Tyler Wade.
Stole 8 bases last year and had 156 plate appearances over 90 games. The ultimate team guy, the ultimate guy that you need to. Every team needs one of these guys. And Tony and I were able to catch up with Tyler Wade and talk a little bit about his do-everything role with the Padres. Continuing on from Padres spring training, Gwynn and Chris, and happy to be joined by Padres infielder, outfielder, catcher, pitcher, DH.
Keep it going, yeah.
Pitching coach. Tyler Wade is our guest. Tyler, how's spring this year? Second year with the ball club as opposed to coming in last year and maybe trying to prove yourself a little more.
Yeah, it's been good, man. I keep saying it. It's kind of like seeing family after a while, you know. Getting really close with the guys last year and having a special year. And obviously we got unfinished business, so it was like eager to get into camp. And it's good to see the boys, man. It's like getting the summer ball group back together, man, and ready to ride. But it's been good.
It's a little bit different for you this spring, as Chris kind of alluded to. I mean, you did such a good job in that role and have earned the trust of Mike Schilt. You come in, I think, from a little bit different viewpoint than you did last year. How has it been kind of, trying to get right as you get closer to the season in the role that you are in this year?
Yeah, I mean, I think my regardless of, last year coming in as a minor league free agent and then this year, having a contract, it's still the same mindset, coming up, showing up every day, earning a job, and nothing's given. So going out there and balling, still showing my skill set, working on some things offensively. But yeah, man, I feel good. I think, missing that week from being sick and then now, kind of seeing things kind of coming into fruition and seeing all the work in the cages and the BP kind of start showing up in the game yesterday. I felt really good.
They had the triple.
Yeah, I felt really good, man. Just trusting the process. I feel like in spring training, you guys know, like, you start barreling balls, you're like, oh, that's a good spring training out. But it's like, the mental, you want to see some stuff fall,
Right.
But like now, trusting the process, swinging at good pitches, and then I just defensively, man, I feel really good. So just trying to keep this momentum that I've built from the offseason until now, just rolling in opening day, man, and whenever my name's called, man, just kind of continue that mindset that I had last year into this year.
I know in a different world of a major league ball player, but a bloop single still feels better than a deep line out that is caught by the right fielder. I've tried to convince myself otherwise, but it always seems like the bloop single just feels a little bit better, right?
Chris, I'll take 17 broken back.
Right, yeah. See, there you go.
Balls hit at 110.
I know, isn't that something? It's so weird.
It's unbelievable, man. Don't care how you get them, but
yeah. How's the it went defensively, not exactly knowing exactly where you're going to play? How do you prepare yourself each and every day, especially in the regular season? Because there's no way of knowing where you might go in.
That's a good question. I started doing this in 2015, so it's literally been 10 years now since I've been doing this. And so it's just trial and error all those years, but just kind of building a routine, man, of knowing where I need to touch up at. I'm a big believer in if I am really good at shortstop, I will be good anywhere else on the dirt. So okay. if my work good is at short, it translates to third, second, first, whatever, right? It's just footwork. And then the outfield, man, like if I'm not playing, I'm just bobbing at taking balls up the bat during BP. That's, as an outfielder, that's the best way to get live reads, man. Like you can do machine work, but like actually hearing like the crack of the bat and swings and, sometimes the guy takes a big swing and it's really not hit that hard. So just being able to trust your footwork and your reads like that, that's the best game reps is during BP if you're not playing in the game. So just really doing that and focusing on that is a big part of my routine.
Utility man Tyler Wade joins us here. And Tyler, one of the words that seemed like was said a lot, especially early in camp, was continuity. I thought last year watching you guys as a team offense, I thought you guys performed as well as any team in terms of doing whatever needed to be done. We talked a little bit with Jake earlier about the same subject. In a lot of ways, when I watch you guys, especially when you guys are intact, like what it looks like during the regular season, it seems like these spring training at bats are built around kind of continuing the same exact approach at the plate, team approach at the plate. Has that kind of been the case in spring training?
Yeah, man. I think if you look at the second half of the year, man, like the continuity of it, it's one unit. It's 1 through 9. We're all same common goal, right? We play to the scoreboard. We play to the situation. We have a really intelligent baseball group. Like our IQ in that room, man, is through the roof. So I think you see that in the at bats, right? Like exactly what you need to do in situations. You play for the game, man.
Right,
We're not playing for the back of the baseball card. You know what I mean? It's everyone's buying into one common goal, and when things happen that way, and everyone's pulling on that same route, man, like special things happen, and that's when you see unselfish at bats. And then it's funny when you have unselfish at bats at the end of 162, your numbers are going to look pretty good because you're playing good team baseball. And yeah, man, I think that's just what makes this group special is we buy into something bigger than yourself.
It's worked out really well, and Tyler Wade has been a big part of it. He joins us here from spring training. All right, the fans, the media, the people that aren't really on behind the scenes, we think the Yankees are the evil empire, and they are horrible, and they are bad, and they are mean. And you played for that organization 5 years. Is there a difference, honestly, between being in the Yankee organization and the Padre organization?
It's a loaded question.
Yeah, I know.
That is one hell of a
and we have a
question.
lot of listeners in New York, right, Tony?
That is one hell of a loaded question. You're gonna get me in trouble for this. No, I mean, yeah, there's differences and similarities, right? I think the similarities are, they're both family ran organizations in terms of like good people in the clubhouse. You treat everyone well. It just ran like a family, man. It's obviously at the end of the day it's a business, but like everyone in the room, in the group, it's family, man. Like we're with each other more than we are with our actual family. So like let's get along. Let's go for the same goal. And also it's about winning each and every day, right? Like I think that's like the biggest thing that I think I've noticed here from there is the similarities is it doesn't matter what we did yesterday. It's about how do we win today. And I think that's just like the Yankee way, man. Like I think that's part of being a Padre too is win the day. So those are the similarities and the differences, man. Like, I mean, it's playing in New York versus it's West Coast, East Coast, right? It's completely two different vibes. You can't really compare it's apples to oranges, but I'll tell you what, man, like the atmosphere San Diego gives every single day, like
it's up there.
It's in my opinion, it's more electric, man, just from the everyday. And, it's to me, it's a special place and, New York's Mecca, but when it comes to San Diego baseball, bro, there's really, I don't think you can compare.
One of the things that you've had to do since you've been here is at least I've noticed is Jackson Merrill seems to be close to you at all times. You guys seem to have a very good relationship. Year 2 for this young man. I mean, what is the best advice you're giving that if he's asked that you would give him going into year 2?
Bro, it's not even like he's asking. It's just the kid's special, bro. And I've been very fortunate and blessed enough to talking about New York is I came up with really good role models, man. I had CeCe Sabathia, I had Brett Gardner, I had Aaron Judge, like all these guys that do it the right way and have all this wisdom that was passed on to me. I feel like it's my responsibility to, share some wealth, whenever the times, I'm not pushing it on him or anything like that. But whenever I think the time's appropriate or whatever, if he brings something up, I'm just sharing my wisdom, man, just because, a kid like that, he's going to grow the game and he's going to be a leader in the face of this franchise for a long time, man. So, I just want to make sure he's as comfortable as possible. And that was my goal last year. The league's hard, man. And obviously he didn't make it look hard, but just trying to make sure he's as comfortable as he can be.
When the game's when you're in the middle of a ball game, are you thinking along the lines of a Mike Schilt and having now played for him for a year? in the sense that you kind of can sense the way a game is going where you might be used later in the game?
Yeah, man. Mike does a really good job of communicating that to me. And I think if you were to ask him now, he don't even have to tell me. I just think I'm reading his mind, and I'm playing manager as the game goes along. And, fifth inning, sixth inning rolls around, and whatever the score is, man, I'm reading him, and I can kind of feel what he's sensing. So, yeah, man. It goes down to just the communication aspect of now is what I need to be ready for, and then obviously things change throughout the year, but I just feel like we're on a good similar wavelength when it comes to that.
Well, Tyler Wade, we appreciate it as always. The Yankee fans are the Yankee fans, but the Padre fans are the Padre fans. I think you handled that question perfectly.
That was
well done, honestly.
You stepped through that one.
You stepped through it nicely, and I didn't mean anything by putting you in that position. I'm sorry I did that.
It's early in the morning. You're trying to check where I was at.
Just trying to, Anyway, you're on a roll, and it's only March, man. Good to catch up with you. Thanks so much, Tyler.
Good to see you guys.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate you, bro. Thanks, guys.
And we're back, Chris.
Good work from Tyler Wade, Padres do everything utility guy. And, he was part of it all last year. Signed to a, was it $1 million deal?
He was tendered, yes, $1 million.
Not bad.
Not bad at all.
Not bad if you can get the work. Who
wants to pay me $1 million? I'll go do anything.
I would love to pay you $1 million. That would mean that I would have $1 million in the first place to pay you.
Good point.
So I'd be very happy to do that. All right. Padres are heading to Scottsdale. They'll be playing the Giants tonight. We'll have the game for you on 97.3 The Fan right after our show is over at 6 o'clock, but a lot still to get done. Before our show is over, Brandon Lockridge, another guy trying to make this team as a do-everything utility guy. And he's fast. Outfielder, though. He doesn't play infield. That's the difference between him and Tyler Wade.
Yeah.
But Lockridge, he can run. He's already stolen 5 or 6 bases this spring. And remember, he was on the playoff roster last year.
He was.
Brandon Lockridge. A lot of people forgot about him. But he's still here, and he still wants to make this club. We'll talk to him about that. Later on, Dylan Cease, Jason Adam, Big Five.
What else you got?
What?
I said, what else you got?
I don't know. I'll think of something on 97.3 The Fan. All right, welcome back. 3:37 the time. Crisello, Matt Scraby on the back porch here at Peoria Padres Spring Training Complex. Tony Gwynn Jr. and the rest of the Padres are on their way to Scottsdale. They play the Giants there tonight. And you can hear the game right here on 97.3 The Fan. Starting at 6:10. 6:10 also happens to be the start time tonight for the Aztecs and North Carolina.
North Carolina.
In the NCAA tournament. Got this from Michael Glastek. I don't know if that's his real name. Glastek rhymes with Aztec, so I'm not sure that's his real name, but it's on Twitter. I'm just bringing it up, Scraby, just in case. But Michael says another fun fact. North Carolina lost 13 games this year. 12 of them came to teams that had defensive rankings in the top 40. 12 of the 13.
Okay.
Aztecs defense ranked 13th. Puts the Aztecs in the top 40.
I was going to say.
Those are the kind of teams that beat North Carolina this year.
I'm with it.
Michael, if you're right,
I'm with
giving you full credit tomorrow.
But yeah, what if he's wrong? No one's ever going to talk about it again.
I know, but I hope
hey,
he's right.
At least it's a positive thing to think about.
Something positive, yes. Everything else is, why are the Aztecs why did they even bother flying to Dayton, Ohio?
I don't know.
I mean,
There's not much in Dayton.
And why did North Carolina bother? North Carolina should have gone straight to Milwaukee for the next round because everybody has them there already.
They should have.
My goodness. By the way, I am not thrilled at all with the projections that I've seen for the NCAA tournament this year from people that I highly respect and like, by the way. I'm going to start with Jay Billis because we love Jay Billis on this show. He hasn't been on in a while. And after this next statement, he probably won't be on for a lot longer while.
Should I brace?
No, but come on, Jay. He picks the NCAA tournament on ESPN, right? And he picks every game of the tournament. And he's one of the most knowledgeable guys in college basketball and the whole thing. And we look to him for insight and, commentary and, the understanding of things. First, he picked North Carolina over the Aztecs. That's fine. That's his opinion. I'm surprised, though, because he went to Duke, and I thought maybe he would pick against Carolina.
That is interesting.
But he didn't. He picked North Carolina. But here's the thing that gets me for, somebody, the smarts of Jay Billis. His Final Four is all 4 number 1 seeds. And the thing is, it's only happened one time.
When was it recent?
No, it was the Derrick Rose year.
Oh, so a long time ago.
Memphis, and they lost to Kansas in the final.
Is that Mario Chalmers?
Mario Chalmers. And I think the other 2 teams were UCLA and maybe North Carolina. I don't remember the 4th team. But, yeah, that was the only time it's ever happened. I believe 2008. Look it up, Scraby. All 4 number 1 seeds made the Final Four. And but beyond that, Jay Billis is not only picking those 4 teams to go to the Final Four, but in his Elite 8, he has the 1 seeds playing the 2 seeds in every region. Well, and that's just not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. I know that Florida and Auburn and Houston and who's the other number 1 seed? Duke. I know they're all great. And I know all the 2 seeds are really good. Alabama's good. Tennessee's good. Michigan State, etc. St. John's is the other number 2 seed. But to think that all 8 of them are going to make the Elite 8? Come on.
You are right about 2008, though.
Yeah.
Memphis, UCLA, Kansas, North Carolina.
That was it. Okay.
Yep.
And that's the only time it's ever happened. So now if Jay Billis is right in the end, then he gets the last laugh on me. But I don't know. I expect at least a little something.
Also, whenever I pick my bracket and I see at the end that I've picked all number 1 seeds, I'm like, I got to go change this.
Right.
This
I got to change something.
This is not going to happen.
I got to change something.
And by the way, if you want to go and join our bracket competition, our bracket challenge, just go to Facebook. There's a post up there. You'll see you can sign up for 97.3 The Fan's Bracket Challenge. And you could also go to Twitter, 97.3 The Fan SD.
And if you pick all 4 number 1 seeds, you'll get chastised by me.
And if they're right, you can chastise Chris.
That's right. If you end up being right, then you can chastise me. But I can't pick all number right. I can't.
It's tough.
I can't do it.
It's tough.
And I can't pick all 8 teams going to the Elite 8 either. There's too much parity in college basketball. Haven't we learned that in the last
not anymore
5 or 6 years? These 8 teams are all great, but there's other teams that can certainly beat them. Let's check some traffic while I'm angry. And then let's visit with Brandon Lockridge, a guy you probably should find out a little bit more about because he's got a better chance than you think of making this baseball team.
Continuing our coverage here from the Peoria Sports Complex, Padres spring training, we're joined by our next guest, Brandon Lockridge, who is having a terrific spring to this point. Although it got off to a little bit of a slow start because of some illness, which kind of was circulating through the whole clubhouse. Nonetheless, you've had a pretty good spring. First, welcome. How's the day going for you today?
It's going really good. Looking forward to this little later start day, playing my first night game of the spring, kind of get back into that rhythm, of playing night games. So looking forward to it.
Talk a little bit about your camp so far. I mean, one of the guys competing for one of these roster spots, you got off to a little bit of a slow start due to illness. You come back and really have hit the ground running for the most part. Just talk about getting through the sickness part and still coming back and trying to do some things that impress the staff.
Yeah, absolutely. I was hopeful that I would avoid the sickness thing this year. I got sick last spring in late January, lost a bunch of weight, was thankful that my sickness was over with in a couple of days with the medicine and whatnot. So I avoided that, which was nice. But yeah, I guess, coming into camp, I was excited for the opportunity. This is kind of, I'd said the other day that this is the first spring that I felt like I, was competing for a position out of camp.
Real opportunity.
Absolutely. So, it's a completely different mindset coming in. There's a lot more, drive, hopefulness, whatnot, especially getting that taste last year. It's, that's where I want to be ultimately. And, I'm very thankful that I've had the opportunity to play a good bit this spring and I've performed well. It's been a really fun spring.
I can't believe Tony kept using the word slow start. You can't use slow around this guy.
That's true. That is a good point.
The fastest guy we have, maybe. Talk a little bit about, your speed and how you utilize that in your game and how you're also, I'm sure, trying to show everyone in this organization that your game is much more than just speed.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think the speed aspect of my game, I didn't use it early in my career, and it was just, I had it obviously on the base paths, home to first, outfield, whatnot, but, last few years really utilizing it on the base paths to steal bases and, put some pressure on, defenses. I think that's been a big, help to my career. So, yeah, I definitely try to keep that as locked in as I can be and try to use that aggressiveness to make the other team uncomfortable, whether that opens up, good pitches for our hitters to get or, some forced errors in the field. That's kind of my mindset is, if I'm having a slow day offensively, how can I affect the game, without necessarily being able to swing it that day? Can I make some plays in the outfield, reach on air? How can I get in scoring position and help, score some runs for the team? So
yeah, it's one of the things we heard Jay Cronenworth speak about in terms of when you're not swinging the bat well, how can you still affect the game? How can you still help your ball club? You've been putting that on display here so far. Talk a little bit about as a speed guy, because I know coming into camp, right, You go all off season. You're working on trying to maintain that and being explosive. Then you get in the game and you're trying to now get the timing on certain plays where you want to take an extra base. There's a little bit of trial and error in that early, and then you get into a rhythm. And just kind of talk about that process a little bit of kind of acclimating yourself to game situations, when to take off, when not to, things of that nature.
Absolutely. I think anybody that's been watching, I've had a few, base running blunders this spring, but in my head, I'm going to err on the side of aggression this time of year. I'm going to push the limit, see what I can and can't do, and then, use that information to learn from it and be the best player I can be in season. So, we've had some really good meetings covering all aspects of base running and situations and, just bringing to light some situations and what spots to be aggressive in, what spots not to be aggressive in. And that's been great. I've learned so much from that.
Yeah.
Hearing the other players speak, we got a lot of veterans in the room that have taught me a lot, and, hearing their perspective on things has been huge. So it's been good.
Brandon Lockridge is with us, and he wasn't with us earlier in your career. You were in New York with the Yankees. Other than being able to grow a beard now that you're here, although
which you now can do over there in New York.
I heard the Yankees change that, but other than that, some of the differences, and what's the process been like, coming to a new organization, and do you feel like this has really been a beneficial thing for you in your career?
I absolutely do. I'm super thankful. I was very fortunate to be drafted by the Yankees and be given an opportunity by them. So, I'm going to be forever grateful for those guys. I thought it was a great organization to come up in. I learned a lot. I think I wouldn't be the player I am today without their, help and whatnot. So, but from a change of scenery thing, it's they have a really good team there. They spend a lot of money, and as a guy that's just wanting an opportunity and I've worked really hard to live out this dream, the opportunity didn't seem like it was going to be there. So, getting traded over here and, hearing some hopeful things on, from the front office and whatnot about how they, value me, it was so refreshing to hear and, to see that actually happen for me down the stretch last year and be a part of that team, that unbelievable group of guys last year that, really it was a dream come true for me. Like I've always dreamed about playing in the big leagues, and although a small role, it was great to be a part of. And the Padres organization has welcomed me with open arms, and top to bottom here, everybody has been amazing.
Getting a start here tonight as the Padres will head over to Scottsdale to take on the Giants. We're getting down to the end here, and how do you avoid trying to do too much in these final days? I mean, everybody knows that this roster is going to be a close deal for a lot of guys. You have certainly put yourself in position to be one of those guys. How do you avoid worrying about, overdoing it as we come down the stretch?
It's definitely tough. Like I said, this is a whole new situation to be in. It's a great situation to be in, but there's some learning, a learning curve that goes with it. And there's been a couple days here in the last week where it's worn on me a little bit. I'm not going to lie. And, I think Schulte said it great the other day. I was talking to him and he said, man, you go out there and have fun and let the pieces fall where they exactly.
Yeah. Let us decide what's going to happen.
So, that's kind of my focus is, it's more the downtime where I dwell on it.
Right. Right. Where you're in the work process, you're
exactly.
lost in it.
I can get past that and know that, I just got to play my game. And whether that's, on opening day or later in the season, I'm going to do my part to provide value and, hope that there's a chance down the road if that doesn't come on opening day.
It's going to happen. I mean, we know Brandon Lockridge. He's going to be one of the guys this year, whether it's right at the beginning or throughout the season, because we've seen it, right?
No
I mean,
doubt.
It takes more than 26. I'm not sure how to totally ask this, but when you're sitting there in the offseason and the organization signs Jason Hayward, signs Connor Joe, guys that are now going to be competing with you, what's your attitude? How do you deal with stuff like that, knowing that there's more guys coming in to try and keep you from getting where you want to go?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, you see it and you're like, okay. But then I put myself in, the organization's shoes, and it's like, look, man, I've got 12 major league at bats. There's a high risk in just trusting me, like coming off so I can completely understand you've got a lot of, experience value in these guys. played the game at a high level for a very long time. I mean, it would honestly be not smart, I think, in my opinion, to just go with this guy that has no experience. You have no idea, and then you're kind of stuck in season with whether I perform or not. You know, it's a humongous risk, and I just truly can't blame them at all. I hope to prove them that I can,
be one of those
do
guys,
it and be one of the guys. But I completely understand where they're coming from, and I just hope that there's an opportunity at some point.
How about that? Someone with a little bit of feel in their life. You know what I'm saying? That's we get that lost sometimes.
Yeah.
Brandon, listen, man. I as a guy who's been in your role before, I appreciate the way you go about your business. It's been a lot of fun to watch you here in camp, and I'm hoping that one way or another we get a chance to see a lot of you this year. Keep going, finish this spring strong, and let's see where the chips fall.
Awesome job, guys, with Brandon Lockridge. If you love Mediterranean food, try Spiro's for authentic Mediterranean cuisine in Coronado or La Jolla. For dining or takeout options, visit spiroscuisine.com.
Yeah, I like Brandon Lockridge, and he's going to be part of this for sure.
Last answer was
it was
really
honest.
refreshing.
It was honest.
It was refreshing to me.
He said, "Look, I have 12 major league at bats. I understand why they wouldn't just hand me the job in left field.
Yeah.
They're going to bring in some people, but he's also confident that he can do that job. And he's fast. I mean, this guy's almost an automatic stolen base.
Yeah, he's
when
really
he's
fast.
on. So he's going to be part of it this year, whether it's in the opening day roster or not. He'll be part of it. And I think it was a pretty good trade from the Yankees, being as we got him and they got Enyel De Los Santos.
He's not on the team.
He's
He
not
didn't even
really
make it to the end of the season. With
I
the
don't think
Yankees.
so. No. So
That could have worked out for him because they went to the World Series, but
no, they didn't have Enyel
No.
when it was all over. All right, we got hour number 3. More Padre interviews from Peoria spring training. Do not move. Gwynn and Chris.
Be the Fan.
And welcome into the 4 o'clock hour, everyone, from Peoria. Gwynn and Chris continuing second day of our 2-day stay at Padres spring training. Scrappy and I'll be back tomorrow. Tony, well, he's not coming back yet. He's got a few games to go. Next week he'll be back in San Diego. Why? Because next week the season starts.
It's crazy.
That's crazy. Next Thursday is opening day. Padres and the Atlanta Braves. We now know Michael King will pitch for the Padres. Chris Sale, if he doesn't tear up the locker room first, will start for the Braves.
I hope he doesn't. I mean, don't mess up the Petco locker room.
Well, I mean, I love what you said yesterday. I mean, Chris Sale thinks he can just tear up a locker room and break TVs and just say, well, no, that's all I got. I'll pay for it.
Yeah.
No, you're still an idiot. You still can't do that, but he does it anyway.
Yeah.
So
He does it anyway.
Hopefully the Padres will give him reason to break something down in the visiting clubhouse next Thursday on opening day.
Well, you know what? Actually, Jerks and Profars can be like, no, this is my second home. You cannot trash this locker room, Mr. Sale. I don't think Profar would call him Mr. Sale, but...
And I'm pretty sure Chris Sale wouldn't listen to Profar.
Well, why not?
Because Chris Sale's wacky.
He is a little wacky. Not going to lie.
Speaking of openings, the opening game of the NCAA tournament is underway. They're midway through the first half. St. Francis of Pennsylvania leads Alabama State 18-14. Let's get these shoe clerks off the floor so we can get the Aztecs and North Carolina. Shoe clerks, yes.
Why do you call them that?
Just kind of, biding time until the real hoopsters get out there.
Okay.
No, it's there's nothing.
I get it.
Don't read anything into it.
Okay, all right, I won't.
Shoe clerks, they just kind of, they're playing, and then we get them out of there, and then the Aztecs in North Carolina tip off at 6:10. Scraby has said, hey, let's play a little Chris versus the fans today. What do you think about that?
Yeah.
I said I'm always up for the challenge. So with kind of a later announcement, we let everybody know that we are going to play some Chris versus the fans right now. While people dial in 833-288-0973. Scrape, why don't you, let's just kick it off with the theme song first.
All right.
If you had one shot, one opportunity to take down the human almanac himself,
howdy do.
Now is your time.
Listen to me, this guy is dangerous.
Now is your opportunity to win a prize.
Well, I hope you know what you're in for.
Chris versus the fans starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
All right. We are going to be playing for one of my favorite prizes in Chris versus the fans history. I don't know why I started talking like that, but I did.
Thank you, Johnny Gilbert.
I know. Favorite prizes. It's 2 tickets to see Alanis Morissette at the Coliseum at Caesar's Palace on October 24th, a 2-night hotel stay October 23rd through the 25th at Flamingo Hotel and Casino, and a $100 gas card. So, by the way, I might move to Arizona just for the fact that the gas is about 75 cents cheaper per gallon than it is in California.
Yeah.
I filled up my car before we got here, $48. I filled it up at home, $82 easy.
With all due respect, you can pretty much move to any state in the country.
That is true.
And have the same thing happen. California's gas prices are
outrageous.
Insane.
I don't know how they... Never mind. That's a different show we can do one day. Me going off on gas prices in California.
It's all about supply and demand.
It is all about supply and demand.
Do you want me to school you on Economics 101?
I did take econ.
Yeah.
Wasn't great at econ.
I wasn't either. But
Yeah.
I know there's something called supply and demand. I can't necessarily explain it too well.
Elastic demand. And
other than
inelastic
the fact,
demand.
Yes, other than the fact that we in Southern California, live in our cars, driving everywhere, so we need the gas so they can charge more for it.
Oh yeah,
that's pretty much
the
the
oil
whole.
refineries can just roll in their money every day. It doesn't cost them $4 to make a gallon of gas.
Nah,
I don't
probably
know this to be true. But
Probably like 40 cents for
maybe
all I
even
know.
less. And this whole winter blend thing, don't even get me started.
What?
All right.
The what?
Winter blend? You've never heard of that?
No.
Oh, when gas might go up like in November because they have a winter blend. And so all the prices are much higher because they're switching out the the summer blend with the winter blend. And so then the prices go up.
Why am I listening to somebody who yesterday told us all that the Mountain and Central time zones are the same thing?
That's a good point. I forgot all about
Why
that.
am I listening to you for information on this stuff?
You know what's so embarrassing about broadcasting from here is Jackson Merrill just walked by, and I'm screaming about winter blends and summer blends of gasoline, and he kind of gave us a look like, what are you guys talking about?
He had his SDFC jersey on.
He did.
He looked pretty sharp.
He did.
All right. Supporting the soccer team. All right. We're going to give you a chance to win that Alanis Morissette trip. And we're going to play some Chris First the Fans, 833-288-0973.
I have the callers.
If you haven't dialed in yet, please do so now.
Announcement.
And yes.
Chris First the Fan is brought to you by Good Guys 24th McGuire's Del Mar Nationals, April 4th through the 6th. At the Del Mar Fairgrounds. Get details at good-guys.com. Good-guys.com.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get into our first contestant for today. I'm looking at my phone. Tanner in Oceanside is up first. Hello, Tanner.
Hello,
Hey, Tanner.
How we doing?
We're good. Thank you,
what?
sir.
Frank, put him down for 1 second. I didn't give the rules. You have to make it through 3 questions. Each question will get more difficult. If you get the question right, you move on. If you get it wrong and Chris gets it right, you're eliminated. But if Chris gets it wrong, then you move on to the next question or you win. If you're a first-time player, let us know before you get into it, and you will get that question for free today. All right, Tanner. Are you ready to play?
Now he's ready.
Let's do it.
Let's go, he says.
What sport features an underhand ball delivery from the pitching circle to home plate?
Softball?
Softball is correct.
I think he thought, wow, that's so easy that I'm not sure that's really the answer.
Yeah.
But that was the answer.
I think that's correct.
Yeah, that is correct.
That is correct.
You
Here we
got
go. Question number 2. Which AFC quarterback agreed to an extension with his team that includes a record $250 million in guaranteed money? This has happened in the last couple of weeks.
AFC, you said?
Yes, AFC.
That would be Josh Allen, the Bills.
Josh Allen is correct.
Whoa!
Nice job.
You know what? Tanner came up with that before I did.
You didn't know that?
I do, but I was shuffling through the quarterbacks in my mind, and I hadn't come up with it yet. So
it's not Brock Purdy, that's for sure.
Well, he's not an AFC quarterback
Yes,
either.
I'm aware
Very
of
good,
that.
Tanner. All
I'm
right,
aware of that.
go for the sweep here, Tanner.
All right, here we go. Question number 3.
Yeah.
What French footballer or soccer player recently signed with Real Madrid for a 5-year deal worth $16.2 million annually?
My God, how much?
$16.2 million a year.
To kick the little ball around.
You know what? That is one sport that I do not follow. I'm just going to say
Jason Hayward,
Mbappe.
sorry to cut you off, but Jason Hayward knows the answer to this question.
He does.
He did. He said he thinks he got paid more than that, too. So
Jason Hayward's walking by trying to answer the. Do you want to go see Alanis Morissette, Jason?
Sorry.
Yeah,
that
if
was,
he answers it correct, do I get it if Jason Hayward says it?
no.
I think you should, but he's kind of disappeared off into the
Oh,
parking
he already gave
lot.
me the answer.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he knew.
I didn't hear it.
No, he knew. He knew the answer.
But did he tell you it?
Okay, let me start this conversation
Go
over.
ahead.
Jason Hayward knew the answer as he was walking by.
Right.
I do not know whether or not Tanner has the answer.
Tanner doesn't have it.
Okay, Tanner does not know.
Jason Hayward didn't.
I said Mbappe, but
Okay.
I don't know.
That is correct.
That's correct. You
I know
won,
that was
Tanner.
kind of
Not bad after all
I know
of
that was kind of crazy, but
That was
you
a
got
win.
it right. You got it right.
Kylian
Wow.
Mbappe.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
My friends
I
are
gotta
going to
tell you-
be my friends are going to be very proud of me for answering a soccer question correctly.
Well, good.
We're
That was
proud
awesome,
of you,
Tanner.
Tanner, because you swept the game. That doesn't happen very often where somebody gets all 3 questions right. It doesn't get you anything more, but it does get you, entered into the contest to win the Alanis Morissette. Very good, Tanner.
Yeah, that was amazing.
And appreciate you coming on. And stay on the line there for a minute. Frank is back in studio, and he will get your information.
Can I share the dilemma that I have right now, Chris?
Right now,
Yeah.
you have a dilemma.
Because of our jobs. Sometimes we have to be mean to people.
Oh, yes. Now you like Jason Hayward, don't you?
Well, he's been amazing every time we've
He's
seen
really
him.
good.
He's really
a
funny.
good
He's
dude.
personable. He comes over. He says hello. It's
He
just
said
like,
hi to you twice. He's been friendly. He remembered your name. He's done an interview yesterday. He's, playing Chris versus the fans.
you see him working with the younger guys. I'm like, I know my job is to maybe say those things.
No, you shouldn't say them. Shouldn't say that when you're not informed.
I mean, I'm looking at the statistics.
I know you were.
But the dude couldn't be a nicer guy.
You got to root for him now.
You have to root for him now.
Yeah. No, if everybody missed it, Scraby was not high on the Jason Hayward signing.
Well,
Just
and through 3 weeks in, I mean, I don't think he
not
had
spring
hits.
training though. It doesn't even that really truly doesn't matter, especially to a guy like him.
But I think we know
who's
why
been in the
he's on
majors
this team.
as long as he has.
It's because he's a leader, and he's a longtime MLB vet that knows how to get it done when he needs to.
Well, that's more than you can say for a lot of guys because they aren't longtime major league vets.
And he's a Chris versus the fans champion.
No, Tanner is.
Tanner is. You're right.
Because Jason Hayward is not qualified for the Alanis Morissette tickets. Tanner is. Very good. You know what I was going to say? Mbappe, or whatever. It's the only one I know. So
he has one of the coolest
answered
names in sports.
Yeah, I couldn't have answered any other answer to
Kylian
that.
Mbappe.
Yeah. How do you spell it? MBAPPE? I think so.
Yeah. That would be interesting to have to, figure out that name as a play-by-play person every single day.
Sounds like
Mbappe?
Mbappe sounds like Kent Herbeck, the old baseball player. Do you remember Kent Herbeck?
I don't.
Wow.
Sorry.
God, that's so weird to me that there's this guy played first base on 2 World Series champion teams with the Minnesota Twins. Kent Herbeck. But they used to call him by a vowel because his last name was Hrbek.
Oh, I'm looking at it right now.
He only had one vowel in his name.
He looks like
it's kind of like Mbappe, who has a lot of consonants and not too many vowels.
He looks like kind of like one of the guys in the movie Little Big League, which is about the Twins. So
I bet he was in it.
He may have been.
Guarantee you he was in it.
There was a lot of stars in that.
Yeah, that was about the time of that movie when Herbeck played for the Twins.
And one of my favorites, not from that movie, but when Rookie of the Year, when he strikes out Barry Bonds, and it's like super skinny Barry Bonds from the Pirates days. You could just see the difference.
It's a little difference.
Because
just in case a great friend of mine and Twins fan, Chris Harrington, happens to be tuned in, or anyone who knows Chris Harrington is tuned in, I just want to share with you quickly that I once closed down a bar in Orange County with Kent Herbeck and my friend Chris Harrington.
How was that?
Awesome. He's one of the greatest guys of all time.
Did you pay for your drinks?
I don't think he had to. They were flowing at that point. Like it didn't matter.
Yeah,
it was a great
fun
night.
Telling stories.
It was a great night. One of my favorite
How
nights.
did that come about?
Chris Harrington, my buddy, was a big Twins fan. So we went to the game in Anaheim, and because we worked in the newspaper business, we had access to know which hotel the team was staying at. So we took a shot after the game on a Saturday night to go to the hotel bar.
This is so creepy, but it's the way it was.
It's a little creepy. Yeah.
It was the way it was done back in the day.
Right. And Ken Herbeck and a few others were in there. And so we kind of, took our time and eased our way over there. And before you knew it, we had a great night with Kent Herbeck.
Do you remember the end of the night?
I do, but I'm not sharing. I'm honestly not sharing.
Do you and Kent Herbeck go like
no,
cow tipping or something?
Nothing that crazy. But it was a very fun night, and I'm just throwing that out there.
Oh.
In case Chris Harrington's listening.
I'm gonna have to get the real story in the break.
I'll give it to you, maybe, if you're nice to me. If you run a yellow light, I'll give it to you.
Nope, then don't give it to me. Not gonna happen.
More Gwynn and Chris coming up. More interviews. We still got Jason Adam. We still got Dylan Cease. And we got a big 5. So it's all still coming up on the Gwynn and Chris program. Here's some traffic. program. 4:21 is the time. We're less than 2 hours away from Aztecs, North Carolina, in the NCAA tournament. 6:10 tip-off in Dayton, Ohio. Unless the first game goes long into overtime, something like that could delay the Aztecs,
which is annoying.
St. Francis. Yeah, St. Francis is related to the actual St. Francis.
Oh, wow.
They're leading 32-26 over Alabama State right now in the first NCAA tournament game.
Do you feel like there's some sort of good luck here because you saw the Aztecs beat Alabama 2 years ago?
Not really.
Like literally in this space.
I know. It'd be great to think that. If I really felt that, though, I wouldn't go home. I would sit here and watch the game for 2 hours, but I'm not going to do that.
People, he's not joking.
I'm not going to do that, though. So they're going to have to do it without me doing that.
Okay. All right.
It's going to be up to them to pull it off here. Tony said it right earlier. All of the, attention that's being heaped on North Carolina, all the love that Carolina's getting. It's funny because people are saying in one sentence they don't belong in the tournament, and then the next sentence they're saying, but they're going to win easily.
Yeah.
So, but, none of that matters. It truly doesn't.
Yeah, speak out both sides of your mouth, people.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what you think, whether they should have been in or not. They're in, and if the Aztecs play their game, they can beat them. That's it. And if the Aztecs play like they have been recently, then they probably aren't going to beat them. So we'll keep our fingers crossed. Somebody who's keeping their fingers crossed is one of my favorites. In fact, he's got the whole K section of my book to himself, I believe.
Okay, let me think.
There's nobody quite like this
Kuiper?
guy. Yeah, Mel Kiper.
I knew it.
Yeah, Mel Kiper has come out with his first round predictions in the NFL draft. Now,
why do you hate these?
Because they're never right. They're just a waste of my time.
It's not, though. It's not a
but
waste
to
of your
people
time.
out there, it's the biggest deal in the world. If he was right once in a while, I'd give it to you. But he's not. And then when he's wrong, he's critical of the NFL teams for not doing what he said they should do.
Yeah, see, I can't get behind that. But
right? Like, who is he? I mean, Bill Polian was the old GM of I think it was the Colts at the time. And he's like, who is this idiot who's, like telling everybody what they should be doing?
That is funny. He would be working for a team if he was that great. I mean, if he was that smart.
I would think somebody would hire him and say, look, you never miss.
You're a scouting extraordinaire.
Right, but he misses all the time, and that's okay. But he presents it as if this is fact, and it's just not. That's what I have problems with. It's not fact. It's conjecture, and that's if he presented it as conjecture, I'd be more than willing to put up with Mel Kiper.
See, that's where I like Mel. I like Mel Kiper for this reason, because I want to know who I need to know about going into the draft. And I'm not going to necessarily look and see where you pick someone. I'm just going to look at the names and read about them a little bit just to get familiar with it. That's what I like about that. I do look at the 49ers pick and see who they're picking.
No, but I'm going to tell you who Mel Kiper says they're picking, and it's not going to mean a thing to you.
I mean, so much stuff can change between now and then anyway.
No kidding. But anyway, if having said all of that, people do want to know what he's saying or thinking. So Cam Ward is going to go first to the Titans, according to Mel Kiper. That's what he's thinking.
This number one pick is one of the most intriguing, I think, in a long time.
Now, Cleveland, I think, will do well if they do what Mel Kiper says, and that's Abdul Carter, the monster edge rusher for Penn State.
Yeah.
He seems like a guy that can change the game. And if you put him and Myles Garrett out there together, that could be scary for some people.
That could be scary.
New York Giants.
Are they going to go Shedeur?
Shedeur Sanders, and Mel Kiper says it's a perfect fit. How does he know? How does he know this? He doesn't know this. He's just throwing it out there and hoping it sticks on the board.
Can I say that?
And when it's not a perfect fit, can I say, hey, Mel, you're wrong again?
Can I say that? I don't know a rookie quarterback is a perfect fit for the New York Giants right now.
How would you like to stand behind that line? As a matter of fact, you wouldn't be standing behind it. You'd be running for your life.
But here's the thing. Shedeur Sanders isn't a scrambling quarterback. He's more of a pocket passer.
Well, he'd have to be running around.
You know,
on that
he's
line.
very accurate and all that, but I don't see it.
74% completion rate, but I don't think he threw the ball more than 5 yards downfield all season, except for a couple of bombs to Travis Hunter, who, speaking of which, is the number 4 pick for the Patriots. If they were that great, Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter, they would have at least won the Big 12 conference. They didn't.
Well, it's a team sport, Chris.
Okay.
Travis Hunter won the Heisman, so.
A couple of other notes. Ashton Genty, Boise State running back to the Raiders.
I'm really, really curious to see what happens with him in his
because he looks
career.
unstoppable in college.
He
right?
reminds me of those guys like the Ron Danes and guys that are so good in college, and you're like, it's easy. He's going to translate to the NFL. I don't know what's going to happen with him. He needs to catch more passes.
The thing that worries me about him is Penn State slowed him down just fine. And Penn State doesn't have all NFL players. They have a couple, but not 11 of them.
That's true.
Tyler Warren of Penn State, a tight end who is a dominant. I think he's the next Brock Bowers, which is saying something now. He goes to the Jets, according to Mel Kiper. Your 49 or Jackson Dart is another quarterback. You heard of this guy? Yeah, he's from Mississippi, Old Miss. He's going to the Saints, according to Mel Kiper. 11th pick, phony Niners.
It's a lineman, isn't it?
Armand Membao. There
I
you
love
go.
him.
Yeah.
What does he play? An offensive line?
I mean, you don't know? I mean, you're the biggest 40. No, of course you don't know. Offensive guard, Missouri.
I knew it was an offensive lineman.
Yeah.
Here's the one thing that I think the
Dolphins are picking right after you.
Oh, yeah. What is that?
Another offensive lineman. Thank goodness. Look, if Mel Kiper's right about that, he can't be wrong. You'd have to be living on Neptune for the last 10 years to know that the Dolphins don't need an offensive lineman.
I could tell you why Mel Kiper is wrong. It's because he's predicting the Dolphins to do the right thing.
Yeah, right. The Dolphins will screw it up and they'll pick another running back
or like a skill
fleet
player.
wide receiver. Now we're going to have Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle and this guy and that and that, and then I'm like, yeah, and Tua's going to be crushed in the backfield. So what good is it going to matter?
What's new for Tua?
All right.
Unfortunately.
Anyway, Mel Kiper, he's got his picks out. If you are NFL mock draft crazy, pay the extra $5 and you can read it on ESPN Plus. That's another thing. Mel Kiper thinks he's so good.
I think those are the editors that are doing
that we
this.
can't even get his picks for free. We have to pay a few extra bucks for them.
I mean, it's kind of a genius idea, make them pay right up until the draft.
God,
ESPN and Disney need no more.
Is that? Can people see me on YouTube right now?
Yeah, they can.
Here I go, Mel Kiper.
Okay, stop.
he bugs.
That was weird.
He so bugs me.
Remember
That's
last
why
year,
I said he's got the whole chapter of K's.
That's true.
In the book.
Last year he said if 2 years ago, if Bijan Robinson isn't drafted in the first round, I'm going to quit my job. And he was drafted in the first round. So he was right.
Unfortunately, but that wasn't much of a limb to go out on. He was a 7th overall pick.
Yeah,
come on.
That is true. And
I
he was
could
the
have
best running
with
back
all
in
due
years.
respect, I probably could have said the same thing, not knowing anything.
All right, that's a good point, Chris. That's a good point.
That's what Mel Kiper and I have in common. Neither of us know anything.
At least he said that.
All right. We've still got Jason Adam. We've still got Dylan Cease ahead on the program. But next, it's Scraby's Big Five. Stick around. What a couple of days it's been for us in Peoria. Yesterday, Jay Cronenworth was on.
Mm-hmm.
Jackson Merrill.
Yeah.
Jason Hayward was on yesterday.
Yeah.
Gavin Sheets, who's been kind of the story of the whole spring training.
Yeah. His interview is what the kids say, doing numbers on YouTube right now.
That's what you said.
People want to hear from Gavin Sheets.
Well, find it. And if you haven't seen it yet, it's there,
Yep.
and it's good.
And everybody should go to the 97.3 The Fan YouTube anyway, just so you can watch us on the YouTube Live. Also, you could see all the interviews that we've done, and all of the videos that the station puts up are on YouTube, so you can catch up with everything there.
All right. Very good. Those were the interviews yesterday. Today, we've already had Tyler Wade and Brandon Lockridge, and one that, I'm just going to keep saying, I thought it stood out a little. Connor Joe. He was really good and inspiring, and talking about, his recovery from cancer and, getting a chance to play now in his hometown. So I highly recommend that one if you missed it. Still ahead, though, Dylan Cease and Jason Adam. My buddy Chris Harrington, the Kent Herbeck guy.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
He said he got wind of that we talked about the Kent Herbeck story, and he wants to hear it now.
Oh.
So he wants to go back and find it.
Oh, no.
I told you. It was a famous night, Scraby. It was a famous night.
Well, he's trying to figure out what happened that night, too.
So he knows what happened, but he wants to hear the story.
You never told me. I never asked you in the break. I forgot. Well, I'm going to have to ask you again in the break.
You may.
All right.
Let's do some traffic for everyone who needs that out there. And then today's Big Five.
It's that time of the show when we check on the latest in sports. Only the most important topics and questions are brought to light.
Stop what you're doing and listen.
These news stories will astound and amaze you. The one, the only.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
The Big Five starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
All right, before we get into the Big Five, if you say something nice to me on the YouTube chat, I will repeat it. So SB Fly 100 said, Matt Scraby has the best beard ever. So thank you very much for
I've
that.
come to take it for granted, but I think
beard?
it is. Yeah, I think it's quite good.
I
do. I think it's quite good.
Only one out of my dad and my brother and my uncles that can grow a beard. It's really crazy. My brother can't do it. My dad can't do it. My uncles can't do it, but I can.
Funny that I've never tried.
You've never tried?
Not really. Not beyond like 10 days.
I'm looking.
This is like 3 days, but
that's 3 days?
Yeah, I don't.
That would be 5 minutes for me.
I know. Yeah, it doesn't go very quickly for me. I only have to shave like every 4 days, 3 or 4 days.
Grow a beard, and I should shave my beard for the first day of the season.
I won't make it past the 10-day itch period. You know that?
Oh,
but you don't remember it.
No,
It's
I
been
do.
so long.
It's pretty bad.
It's pretty bad to get past that, and I won't make it past that.
Okay, I get that because that is pretty brutal. Katrina wants me, and the Scrabinators really want me to shave it to start the season, but I don't know.
I think it'll scare all of us, Katrina. I don't think it's a good idea.
All right. And Brandon said, Scraby, you're a great guy. # read my chat. All right. This hour on 97.3 The Fan is brought to you by Frozen Ropes San Diego. Hey, parents. Here's a message from Coach Kurt at Frozen Ropes. Is your child 6 to 12 years old? Their baseball summer league is the perfect fit for your players. Starting June 16th through August 17th, Summer League includes 8 practices and 8 games. Register by March 31st and save $100. Go to San Diego FrozenRopes.com. All right, Frank, let's get into the first.
Number 5.
All right, so we have 4 basketball teams from San Diego in the tournament, Chris. You got the Aztecs women's, you got UCSD women, you got UCSD men, you got the San Diego State men playing tonight.
Right.
We talked about it earlier. Hopefully we do not go 0 for 4. My question for you is, say I don't even want to put it in the universe, but I'm just going to do it for the sake of the show. Say the Aztecs lose, but all 3 other teams win. Do you feel good about San Diego's college basketball?
The Aztecs lose tonight?
Yeah, and all 3 teams win.
That means that we beat LSU Saturday night.
Sure.
I'll be pretty excited if that happens. I got to be honest. That if the girls beat LSU Saturday night, that's going to be something. But I know where you're going here. I don't want them all to lose or all. I want them all to win. But here's my thing. I'm a little more realistic about all this. I think all 4 have really done some great things already this year. And anything they can all do will be gravy. But I'm certainly rooting for it all. I want it to happen. I know UCSD's men can win. I know the Aztecs can win. I think the 2 women's teams, UCSD, if they win the play-in, are going to play UCLA, which is number 1 in the nation.
Yeah,
that's kind of tough.
That's tough.
And we know the Aztec women have LSU, which is pretty tough. They're 24-point underdogs. So I'm going to be pretty happy and proud of all the teams regardless. That's a good political answer, but that's really how I feel about it.
I kind of am going to feel, if 3 teams win and 1 team loses, I'm not even going to put the Aztecs in it. I'll feel good. But if they don't perform, Chris, if they all lose,
you're going to be upset.
I'm going to be upset and embarrassed because you don't get 4 teams in there and not be able to have at least 1 team win a game.
They're going to win a game.
The Aztecs are going to take care of it tonight, right? Thank you.
Jason Adam, thank you, Jason. Your interview's coming up. If you hurry home, you can listen to it.
I don't know where I was with that.
I don't know. You asked me if the Aztecs are going to take care of it tonight, and I just hope they do.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Long story short, I will be happy if they win, but I will be very depressed if they lose.
If they all lose?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Number 4.
All right, so the Dodgers and the Cubs opened the season last night. I did not wake up for it because I was not about to put my whole week into jeopardy for this. But I have seen this everywhere, and I thought maybe this was a conversation that we don't have anymore. But they're saying that opening the season at 4 a.m. on the West Coast, or 3 a.m. on the West Coast, is anti-American and anti-baseball. The question, I'm at first, is opening the season at 4 a.m. in Japan anti-American and anti-baseball?
Like, should we do this every year? Like, should this be the way they do it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I hate this. I absolutely hate this. We call baseball America's pastime.
Yeah.
We live in America. I am an American.
Ooh.
I am fine with people going and doing these games at some other time, but not to kick off the year. Please stop kicking off the year when I can't even watch it. And then also you have a week and a half off before the actual season starts. It's very weird for me. There's spring training all over the place, and the Dodgers and the Cubs are already going to play 2 regular season games. So I think that they need to fix this, but they're never going to, because the Dodgers and the fans in Japan are going to demand that they keep coming back. What do you think, Chris?
Well, they're not going to fix it because baseball gets a lot of money. That's why they keep doing it, because it's profitable. Look, the Cincinnati Reds were the very first pro team. So, again, back in the day, I know you hate when I do this, but back in the day, the Reds had to play the first game every year.
And guess what? When I lived in Cincinnati,
and there was it was a tradition. Reds play the very first game, right?
A huge deal.
Big
People
deal.
from Cincinnati absolutely hung on to that.
Right. And you know what? We don't do that anymore. So times change. The only time you could play the games in Japan is before the season starts. You couldn't do it in the middle.
Yeah.
It's too much travel. But, yeah, I think in a perfect world, I would rather it open up here, on opening day here where everybody kind of plays. But they're going to do what they do.
It's all for TV. It's all for TV. All right, Frank.
Number 3.
Cam Hayward of the Steelers is not going to be joining Aaron Rodgers.
Hey, I love Cam Hayward for this.
He's not going to be joining Aaron Rodgers on Darkness Retreats anytime soon. The longtime Steelers defensive captain said on his Not Just Football podcast Tuesday that he's not going to great lengths to recruit the 4-time MVP to sign with the Steelers. By the way, 4-time MVP. That's impressive when you actually read it.
Yeah, it is.
Quote, I ain't doing the Darkness Retreat. I don't need any of that crap. Either you want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler or you don't. It's that simple. That's the pitch. If you want me to recruit, that's the recruiting pitch. Pittsburgh Steelers. If you want to be a part of it, so be it. If you don't, no skin off my back. Chris, does Aaron Rodgers still have complete and total leverage over the league?
I wish the Steelers would tell him to hurry up. I can't believe they're letting him have all this time. I agree with Cam Hayward. This is such classic Aaron Rodgers putting himself above any organization that he's going to play with. And it's why I've fallen completely out of favor with Aaron Rodgers the last few years. I was never anti-Aaron Rodgers when he, did his thing for the Packers and he was a MVP thing. But, holding people, basically hostage to his every whim, bothers me. I don't like it. I wouldn't want Aaron Rodgers. And I think Cam Hayward's saying pretty much the same thing. He doesn't want somebody who thinks they're bigger than the team.
Yeah.
So I don't want that either.
I think if there's one coach, I guess, that you could pair Aaron Rodgers with and hope that he can get through to him, it might be Mike Tomlin, but I don't even think Mike Tomlin can. Aaron Rodgers has made up his mind. He knows who he is. He is who he is.
He listens to one person and one person only. Mr. Ayahuasca.
He does listen to ayahuasca quite often. If I'm Cam Hayward, I'm going right into Mike Tomlin's office and be like, you guys need to put in – we need to know who our quarterback is.
Don't be surprised if Cam Hayward hasn't already done that.
That's also true.
And he's a big guy. He could get past the secretary.
Yes, he could. He could, unless the secretary is like Jerome Bettis or something.
The other thing about Cam Hayward, he was the NFL Man of the Year.
Like multiple,
a couple of years ago.
He's done it a lot.
He's a solid guy, right? He's not just speaking, throwing off the cuff. This Cam Hayward's solid. So I think the Steelers should listen a little.
I think they should too. But does Aaron Rodgers have leverage over the league?
Seems like it.
It seems like it, but I don't think he does. Did anybody see him play last year? Do they want that on their team? Do they want everything that goes into that?
It doesn't. They don't all need to want it. Just one team needs to want it.
And one person really needs to want it. Right. And then you just deal with it. But all right.
Number 2.
LA Sparks forward Cameron Brink said she was unsettled by the responses.
I can't wait to hear how you're going to describe this story, Scrape.
By the responses
Good
she
luck
saw
here.
online to a call by the team, her team, for men to try out for the practice squad. The Sparks, in a social media post last week, put out a call for male practice players to sign up for a tryout and got such an overwhelming response that the team actually stopped taking applications. Now, Brink did not oppose playing against men in practice, but she was not pleased with the open tryout that they had and the responses that she saw on this post, which featured her and teammates Derek Hamby, Ricky Jackson, and Kelsey Plum. One of the comments was,
yes. You better be careful
Can't
here.
wait. Okay, this is not an exact.
No, don't say it.
No, but can't wait for Cameron Brink to box me out.
Yeah,
kind of thing.
Guys were just really, really creepy.
Disgusting.
No, they were
Yeah.
creepy. They
Yeah.
were creepy.
Yeah, and
In
so
a
she
lot of
wasn't
the-
happy about it.
So she wasn't happy.
I'm up first. Our open tryouts for men unacceptable for a WNBA team. Now, you told me something about the Aztecs women earlier in the week, and they practice against men all the time.
All the women's teams do.
And the WNBA do as well.
I imagine so,
The
yeah.
open tryout is where I'm like, what are you doing? You are opening this up for a bunch of creeps to try and force their way onto a court with these women. And if I'm Cameron Brink, if Cameron Brink is standing up for this, I'm fully behind her. You can't just invite random dudes off the street to play basketball against professionals.
I think you do need to do quite a bit of homework before you bring people in. No question.
You have no idea what these people have in their backgrounds. You have no idea what they really are all about. It could be a security thing.
But I don't know how the Aztec women's team messes that. They get kids on campus that are real. I mean, these kids can play.
But
Let
they're
me tell
also
you something.
students at the campus.
Students, right.
And you can kind of look into them a little bit. These are people
you
literally
have-
off the street.
Yeah, I think you have to check into these kids. I mean, Cameron Brink said they normally practice against students from USC who come over and practice against the Sparks.
Yes.
But now that they've opened it up, it's gotten creepy. So
The comments alone were
they
enough.
need to listen to her because it is creepy.
Yeah, she said, anyway. So, last one. All right, so Sammy Lev and I went out to dinner last night. I paid. I was the gentleman, Chris.
I saw a picture of that tweeted out.
Yep.
That you were reaching into your wallet.
I was.
I've never seen that photo before.
No, you haven't, because I
You're
haven't
reaching
reached in
into
my
your
wallet
wallet.
before. But the menu was vast, and it had a lot on it.
Okay.
I ordered something very simple. I ordered a sandwich, turkey sandwich with bacon. It was one of those New York delicatessens, so it was a huge, massive sandwich. And then they asked me if I wanted what side I wanted, and I said I'll take the waffle cut fries because you know what, I'm going for it right now.
I like waffle cut fries.
She goes, "Oh, I'm sorry, we don't have the waffle cut fries."
Ooh, they were out.
And I got to tell you, for a split second, there is a part of me that wants to get up and leave because.
Really?
Just because I don't know why. Because it bothers me that they're
out of something. It happens.
How do you run out of French fries?
It happens.
How do you run out of French fries?
It shouldn't happen, but it happens.
Like on St. Patrick's Day, I understand if they run out of corned beef.
Okay.
All right. So so she goes and she points to the menu and she goes, "Oh, you can actually, we do have sweet potato fries. You can have those." And then I looked at the price for the sweet potato fries. It was an extra $3.30, Chris.
Okay.
So I look at her and I say, "If I order the sweet potato fries, are you going to charge me because you didn't have the French fries?" And she said, "Yeah, we're going to charge you. We're going to charge you for this." And I pushed back a little bit, Chris. I said, "How could you charge me $3.30 extra when you don't have the free product? Why don't you give me the extra product for free because the free product is out?" And she said, "Sorry, that's not how we do things here." So Sam agreed with me that those sweet potato fries should have been free. If they do not have a menu or an item on the menu, should you get that item for free? Like substituting,
right?
An upcharge item. Because I think you get it for free.
I think in this case you should have, because it's only a few bucks.
It's $3.30.
I mean, if they said, let's say your surf and turf came with a lobster tail and they're out of lobster tails, but you could upcharge for a full lobster, you shouldn't get the lobster for free. But in the French fry department, I'd say you should have gotten it.
And you know what?
I'm gonna agree with you here.
You know what Sam did when I was like, no pun intended, waffling between sweet potato fries and something else? He goes, "Just do it." And I was like, "Fine." Peer pressure got to me.
Hey, Adam, when he turns in that receipt, understand that it's $3 more than it should have been because he had to get sweet potato fries.
I almost walked back into that kitchen and said, you peel that potato right now. I see a potato right here. You peel that, you fry it, you bring it out to me.
You waffle it?
You waffle
and
that.
give it to me.
Yeah.
That boy Scraby. All right, Big Five's in the bank. Happy hour to wrap it with Jason Adam and Dylan C. still ahead on Gwynn and Chris. the men will step out on the floor, and Dayton will be taking on the who? North Carolina. What is that?
I believe they're called the Tar Heels.
Seems kind of a silly name.
It's definitely
Doesn't it?
silly.
Yeah. 6:10 start for the play-in game. St. Francis, PA leads Alabama State 46-40. They're underway in the second half of the first game of the evening. March Madness. Scrape, you haven't filled out your brackets yet, I hear.
I'm going to tomorrow. It's been, I don't know if you know, it's been kind of a busy week.
We've been working. I was able to fill my brackets out because I did the old not think about it bracket this year.
Wait, did you just select the automatic fill?
No, I would never do that.
All right.
No, I'd never do that. But I went through each game and said, they'll win type of thing. And I got, I can't do what Jay Billis did and give you 1-1-1-1 as the final four. That really has bothered me that Jay Billis would do that.
When you fill out your bracket, I'm curious. Do you go through and then you go through each matchup and then you look at the end and you see how you how you ended up? Like, do you go back through each bracket before you move on to the next bracket, or do you go through each round before you move on to the next round?
I do the entire first round.
You do the entire first
round for the whole tournament,
and then you move in.
And then I go to the second round.
Okay.
Of the whole tournament.
I guess that's how everybody does it, right?
I think some people might pick one region at a time.
Oh, yeah, that's
or
true.
Some people might.
No, you're right. You're right.
Some people might actually fill in their final four and then work back to how they arrive at their final four. I think some people do that.
Because when I go through everything, I fill them all out. I don't even think twice about it. And then I go back and I see my final four, and I'm like, oh, that's all number one. So,
that.
So I got to go back and change it somewhere. But then I'm overthinking at that point.
It's here's the one thing that I think everybody should do with their brackets, because I know most people fill out 15 brackets, right? You have to decide on one bracket that's your real bracket. Does that make any sense?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Here's my point. You could pick a number 15 seed to beat a number 2 seed on one bracket, but then on the other 20 brackets, you don't pick it. If it happens, you don't get credit for that.
I agree with
you see what I mean?
You're just taking a chance.
You're filling out so many different brackets that you're going to be right on a couple of them. You hear people, I had that 14 over the 3. Yeah, you might have, but was that your real
seventh bracket?
In your seventh bracket. What I want you to do is give me one bracket. You get one. You can fill out a bunch, but call one your real bracket. And that's the one you got to go with.
See,
that's the way I think it should work. I don't know if everybody does that, but that's what I do. You get one bracket only.
Well, I know that you're a one fantasy football league guy. I'm also, I'm a 5 fantasy football league guy.
That's right, you are.
But with brackets, it's just
I think you should just have one.
Just one.
You can't fill out, I'm picking Hofstra. There you go. I put that in for Frank. I'm picking Hofstra to beat Duke. And then if they do it, you say, I got that one. Well, you do if it's on your real bracket.
Yeah.
But you don't do it if it's one of your 25 brackets.
That's true.
But
I do agree with that.
Okay, good. Speaking of that, everybody go to 973thefansd.com and find the Scraby-Nader bracket challenge.
Yeah, I'm trying to find
because we need some more people to sign up. You got between now and tomorrow, right? Or Thursday morning, I guess.
Yes.
To get signed up. But everybody do a bracket. Let's have some fun and see who wins that.
We have a post on Facebook, 97.3 The Fan. It's a little bit down the page. We also have one on Twitter. I have retweeted it on my Twitter as well, at Matt Scraby. Our Twitter is at 97.3 The Fan SD.
Okay.
Those are all the places you can get it. But the best place, if you don't have social media, go to 973thefansd.com. And I'm sorry, but you got to go to the bottom of the page.
Oh, my God. You got to scroll down?
You got to scroll down and you'll see a Final Four picture.
Even I can do that.
And you click that picture.
And you're on your way.
We got about, this morning I checked, I think 73 signups.
That's
decent. I mean, more people sign up as we get closer to Thursday.
I'm thinking, a couple thousand by the time we're done.
God. We're not going to reach that, Chris.
We're not going to make that.
I hate to tell you that.
Why don't people want to do it?
because we don't have a prize attached to
Oh,
it.
yeah, that's true.
But the
Bragging
reason that we
rights-
can do this is because we don't have a prize attached to it. When we attach a prize through the radio station, we have to draw up legal rules. We have to go
Oh,
through
yeah.
our lawyers.
Yeah.
So
no
this,
good.
I asked Adam, how do I ask the people in charge?
Right.
How do I get this out here so that we don't
Yeah.
have anything?
We don't want all
And they
of
said,
that.
don't attach a prize.
We don't want all of that
So,
hullabaloo.
all right, I can do that.
You know, bragging rights is a pretty good thing. I will say. Do you know, because you've won the fantasy football twice or once? No, you won it once.
Once.
You won the baseball twice.
Yes.
So you had a good little.
Thank you, back to back.
I know you did.
Draft is on Saturday. Champ is here.
Here we go. How much money did you win in the 3 leagues combined? Do you know?
0.
Okay. Well, no, you won in the football. We pay a little
No,
bit.
I
but my
guess-
point is nobody really remembers in the end how much you win. You remember that you won it. You're excited. That's the bragging right is the prize.
You know where my fantasy football winnings went? Right to my car payment. That's basically, I just put everything on the car. I think I won like $800.
Something
through
like
our
that.
league.
Yeah, we don't win a lot.
No. But the other league, the baseball leagues that I've won twice, I choose to win the leagues that don't have any money attached to
That's
it.
smart. Yeah, that's not.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Rod just completed his bracket. Thank you very much, Rod. Appreciate you.
Boy, Rod.
Yes.
We got our interview with Dylan Cease coming up shortly, and then Jason Adams going to close for us today.
Which is fitting.
But it was pretty funny. Earlier today, Jason Adams did his interview first. Dylan Cease replaced him. So they had reverse
It
roles
was very
earlier
strange.
here in the backyard,
It was
or
very strange.
in the back patio.
In the backyard.
But you'll hear it in the order of Dylan Cease and then Jason Adams. It's coming up shortly. Dodgers won. They beat the Cubs 4-1 in the middle of the night. If you were wondering, the Padres are already a half game out of first place in the NL West. Dodgers and Cubs play again tonight in the middle of the night. Roki Sasaki is starting for the Dodgers. Everyone in San Diego is going to really be cheering for the Cubs.
Yeah.
I know it's one game, but you don't want this guy to go out there and, shove for 7 innings.
I kind of have a feeling he's going to.
Well, if the Cubs of last night are any indication, he probably will. I mean, Yamamoto had them like they had no chance, the Cubs. But I'd like to see Sasaki struggle. All right, let's say this. I'd like to see him struggle mightily.
I would love that.
He should have come to San Diego where he could have been, big time. Instead, he's going to be in L.A. where if he has a couple bad games, he's going to be out of the rotation.
Guess what, Chris? I don't even want him anymore. He didn't choose the Padres. He didn't choose San Diego. He also told us that he was a humble guy who doesn't like attention, but then asked every team for secrets on how to get his fastball back. And then the other stuff about him having someone recommended Tommy John surgery to him, a doctor, and he was like, "Nah, I'm good. So I'm fine. Get out of here, Sasaki."
The news that Yu Darvish has a little inflammation in his throwing.
No, that's not good.
Elbow or shoulder? I think it was elbow. Yeah. Mike Schilt announced that today. Kind of had me thinking that Sasaki wouldn't be all that bad at this point.
I think
because right now we have Cease, we have Michael King, we have Nick Pivetta, we have question marks, and we have question marks.
Yeah, we got
we
got Kyle Hart. He's going to be in the rotation as well.
Kyle's going to answer some of those questions.
Absolutely will be.
But Darvish being hurt opens up a spot.
It does.
Maybe for Kyle, who just walked by.
Yeah, he walked by. And you know what I've been hearing about Kyle, and I want to whisper now because he's within earshot, is that he is secretly pushing behind the scenes, like the coaching staff, to seriously consider him for that 5th spot in the rotation.
Well, with Darvish leaving it open, Kyle Hart's chances increased
definitely
tremendously.
Now, does it worry you at all that Darvish went from sore elbow, fatigue, to all of a sudden you got swelling, inflammation, and things like that?
Yeah, I said it yesterday. He's middle 30s. Darvish. That's old.
No, he's almost 40.
Okay, late 30s.
Yeah,
that's really old for a pitcher. Look up, see how old he is.
I think he's 38 or 39.
Well, the good news is Darvish knows his arm, his body, everything about how to be ready and how to pitch. So
he's 38. He'll turn 39 in August.
Okay. But yeah, when you're older, inflammation worries me.
Yeah. Yeah, especially when it goes from arm fatigue to elbow inflammation.
When you have arm fatigue in March,
it's
kind of early in the season to have it.
What was he doing?
Doesn't you think?
Is he just throwing fastballs all off season?
You ask me these things.
I mean, yeah. I don't understand it. But as we've said a million times, and as I have to keep telling myself, they don't need him for the first part of the year. They can hold out.
They're going to need him. They need him. He's got to pitch
at some
innings.
point they do. Yes.
He's got to pitch innings for this team. But it looks like Darvish is not going to – I don't think he'll be on the opening day roster. I think he'll be on the IL.
I don't think that's a surprise.
And Waldron will be on the IL. And my prediction is at least 2 or 3 position players that you're not thinking about will be on the IL so that everyone can make it.
This roster –
that's my prediction.
Is becoming a really tough thing to predict.
There's
so many guys that have made themselves known here in the last couple of weeks, and they're continuing to push. And this is why we don't get paid the big bucks, Chris. We don't have to make those decisions.
Yeah, we kind of do because our listeners want us to tell them who's going to be on the opening day roster.
Well, we can give them our guess, but
we could call Mel Kiper and see what he thinks.
Oh, Mel Kiper doesn't know anything about baseball. Are you kidding me?
Or football.
Yeah.
As it turns out. Check of Traffic is coming up. And then back to the interviews with Dylan Cease on the Gwynn and Chris program from Peoria.
There's a Roadrunner. Meet me. He doesn't like me. I guess I wouldn't like me either if I was chasing me. As you can see, I'm all Aztec out here at the Aztec baseball tournament. It's the SDSU baseball alumni tournament. Right now, we are 1 under in the scramble, and Chris is playing well, Tony's playing well, but our ringer, Jack Townsend, is playing really well, so. So Chris says that he can't play golf, but this is the second birdie putt he's made for us. This time it was like 20 feet.
Thank you very much, Greg. But once again, you're hitting some very nice shots as well. I'm not usually complimentary to you, but I can't help but be complimentary. Your shot making today.
With my what?
Your shot making. You've hit some.
We are league 10 now, and it's getting really windy. It's actually kind of cold. I'm not gonna lie, I know we're in San Diego, but we're 3 under as a group. We just got off of a birdie, and I just hit my defense. There's a squirrel. He wants to attack me. Squirrely! We just got our second birdie of the day thanks to this guy.
Yeah, a 4-footer after.
It was a 5-footer.
After our pro drove it 300 to the front of the green and then chipped it within 5 feet.
Uh-oh.
Gravy, don't feed the animals.
Don't feed the animals. I do feed animals, but Chris made a birdie putt. Leaving the golf course. And we ended up shooting 63 once everything was accounted for, since it was a scramble and we had an SDSU golf player, Jack Townsend. He was with us and he did a lot for us. I think we shot 63 because of him, but we all had a good time. There's a Roadrunner. Meet me. He doesn't like me. I guess I wouldn't like me either if I was chasing me. As you can see, I'm all Aztec'd out here at the Aztec baseball
tournament. It's the SDSU Baseball Alumni Tournament. Right now, we are 1 under in the scramble, and Chris is playing well, Tony's playing well, but our ringer, Jack Townsend, is playing really well. So Chris says that he can't play golf, but this is the second birdie putt he's made for us. This time it was like 20 feet.
Thank you very much, Greg. But once again, you're hitting some very nice shots as well. I'm not usually complimentary to you, but I can't help but be complimentary. Your shot making today.
With my what?
Your shot making. You've hit some.
We are just leaving 10 now, and it's getting really windy. It's actually kind of cold. I'm not gonna lie, I know we're in San Diego, but we're 3 under as a group. We just got off the birdie, and I just hit my defense. There's a squirrel, but he wants to attack me. Squirrely! We just got our second birdie of the day thanks to this guy.
Yeah, a 4-footer after.
It was a 5-footer.
After our pro drove it 300 to the front of the green and then chipped it within 5 feet.
Uh-oh.
Gravy, don't feed the animals.
Don't feed the animals. I do feed animals, but Chris made a birdie putt. Leaving the golf course. And we ended up shooting 63 once everything was accounted for, since it was a scramble and we had an SDSU golf player, Jack Townsend. He was with us and he did a lot for us. I think we shot 63 because of him, but we all had a good time. There's Roadrunner. Meet me. He doesn't like me. I guess I wouldn't like me either if I was chasing me. As you can see, I'm all Aztec out here at the Aztec Baseball Tournament. It's the SDSU Baseball Alumni Tournament. Right now, we are 1 under in the scramble, and Chris is playing well, Tony's playing well, but our ringer, Jack Townsend, is playing really well. So Chris says that he can't play golf, but this is the second birdie putt he's made for us. This time it was like 20 feet.
Thank you very much, Greg. But once again, you're hitting some very nice shots as well. I'm not usually complimentary to you, but I can't help but be complimentary. Your shot making today.
With my what?
Your shot making. You've hit some.
We are just leaving 10 now, and it's getting really windy. It's actually kind of cold. I'm not gonna lie, I know we're in San Diego, but we're 3 under as a group. We just got off the birdie, and I just hit my defense. There's a squirrel, but he wants to attack me. Squirrely! We just got our second birdie of the day thanks to this guy.
Yeah, a 4-footer after.
It was a 5-footer.
After our pro.
Tony Gwynn Jr., Matt Scraby from Peoria. Final day of our Padre broadcasts. We'll be back in San Diego tomorrow. Tony, of course, will still be here for just a little while longer. Couple days. I mean, the season starts next Thursday. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Everybody has that feeling to them, too, like it's almost over. You could see the light at the end of the tunnel for them.
Yeah, like spring training was exciting for the first 3 weeks. Now they can't wait for it to be over.
Well, it's kind of
type of thing.
This is like some sort of limbo. You do the same thing every single day for 6 weeks.
and then you do the same thing every day for 6 months.
But it's more fun when you're doing it in major league stadiums.
It's
and
for
things
real.
Count.
It's for real, yeah. All right, Dylan Cease. He's going to be a big part of it. We know that. He was nice enough to spend a few minutes with Tony and I earlier today. Let's hear from the no-hit pitcher.
Back at it again. We are continuing our visit with the San Diego Padres, and one of the aces of this staff, Dylan Cease, joins us here now. Dylan, how's spring been going for you? It's been kind of a slow build-up, but it does seem like you're starting to hit your stride right now.
Yeah, it's going good. I've pretty much gotten everything I need out of it. Velo's there, shapes are mostly there, so still working on consistency, but I like where I'm at.
As far as coming into this season and coming off just a great year for you and for this team, what kinds of things are you focused on? I mean, how do you keep telling yourself, I got to get this better and that better?
Yeah. Right now, really, it's kind of just the building blocks of everything, getting the body in shape, getting the focus right. I don't know. I feel like that's just honestly a never-ending part of baseball and in the game, really. If you're not doing that, you're going to get passed up eventually. So I think most good players kind of have the mindset of if they can add or get better in an area, they're going to go for it.
You've certainly already begun to kind of do that this season. You've been talking a little bit about adding the changeup to your repertoire, and
that's not fair, by the
way. you would think so, right? I mean, you pretty much have a pitch that can kind of do a little bit of everything, and so now you add in this direction to your arsenal. How has that process been going? I know you had experimented a little bit a couple starts ago. I didn't see the last one. Did you get to mix in a few more of those changeups?
Yeah, I got 2 strikeouts on it last.
Okay, hey,
all
nice.
Right. I don't think it's ever going to be a big, crazy movement pitch, but for me, it just giving another look to lefties, something bottom of the zone, hopefully, and change of speed. It's not going to be, a 70-grade pitch for me, but just something else to keep in their minds and keep them off balance and kind of balance out the repertoire.
We as fans and in the media, we probably do this totally different than you do it. But during the off season, your name keeps coming up. I don't know that any of it was even remotely true. I don't know.
I don't either.
Right. How do you couch that, though? Or do you just read it and move on? I mean, because it's got to stick with you a little bit.
No, I'm pretty good at just staying focused on trying to get ready. The game's hard enough as is. If you're going to add any extra baggage in an area, it's not going to be beneficial. So really, I just want to be good at the game, provide value, execute, win, and that's mainly just what I focus on. So all the other stuff is sort of just there, and I just ride with it.
I have no power of any kind, but I just want you to know that I was among those who said, don't even think about trading Dylan Cease, please.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Dylan, let me ask you. I mean, this is as you continue to clock these different spring trainings.
Yeah.
From the time you were a rookie to now where you are in your career, is there anything different for you? I mean, you come into spring, you're a well-established big leaguer at this point. How do you come in? Is there a difference than how you have come in the past now, this spring training?
Yeah, I think in the past, a lot of times I would be, my first pen sitting 99 and not that I wasn't ready to go, but amped up from the beginning where I'm allowing myself to have more of a build up and more of a, gradual build up.
Yeah.
But honestly, it's funny. I don't really come in with the mindset that I've made the team. And I come in, not nervous isn't the right word, but it's like, I got things to work on and I got, basically I need to improve every day, every week.
There's a timeline to it.
Yeah, there's a timeline to it. It's not like a vacation by any means. It's like we're building up. We got things to do. I don't really feel like I'm just, I made it. I can just kind of coast by any means.
Michael King yesterday was named the opening day starter, and he was quick to tell all of us that the first person to congratulate him was Dylan Cease. And I think that speaks a lot to the relationship you guys all have on this pitching staff. Just talk a little bit about, rooting for each other and how it works here in San Diego for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's, the team camaraderie is a big part of it. We all enjoy each other. I think we feed off each other. And at the end of the day, we want each other to succeed. So
Yeah.
he's nasty. He's going to do great. And I think we genuinely care about each other. It's the biggest thing. There's not much more to say about it. We really like each other,
As we were waiting, for Jason's interview before we got it, it took a little bit because a conversation broke out at the back table over there, and it looked as though there was a conversation about the ball and how it was moving. And I know I caught a conversation earlier in camp between you and Darv over there.
Yeah.
How often do these random pitching conversations pop up with you guys? Because you guys are all very cerebral pitchers, and I imagine, and you guys all love the game. So how often do those type of conversations break out?
I would say daily. I mean, it really, for real, it's one of those things where everybody has different strengths and everyone does something well. So, you got a guy like Michael who he's probably asking Michael about his changeup, probably gets run on it or whatever. And I mean, we're always just picking each other's brains, trying to get even just a little bit better.
Yeah.
So, and it's not just spring training; it's all year in the off season.
So it's not just at the yard. You guys get a
No,
text from one another, and it takes off.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're constantly, definitely constantly talking to each other and seeing what's working. It's at the end of the day, Ruben and everyone and the staff is great, but we're also out there getting, the reps with stuff and
real time info.
Yeah, real time and seeing what's working. And so a lot of times your fellow players can also be great coaches, if you're willing to listen.
Yeah.
Dylan, July 25th, last year, I mean, I don't want to say everything changed, but when you get a no-hitter at the big league level, that's such a great accomplishment, especially for this organization. And I'm sure you've been asked too many times about it, but do you allow yourself once in a while to get back in that moment and say that was pretty special?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't thought about it in a while. Every once in a while I'll throw up on YouTube and enjoy it.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, no, it's definitely special. I just feel like there's more to do, so I don't hang on to it. I'm sure when my career is over towards the end, it's gonna be one of those where I'll really harp on it. But right now, I've kind of just let it go. But it is one of those things that's extremely special, and I love talking about it. So anytime you guys want to bring it up,
okay, good.
Go into detail. We can do a full podcast about it if you want, as long as you want.
Dill, let me ask you before we let you out of here. I mean, you're 7, I believe, for you. Does Dylan Cease have a goal that he sets or goals that he sets for himself every year, really no matter the circumstance?
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest ones for me is taking the ball every 5 days. Other than that, there's a lot out of my control, but if I do that, I know I'm
available.
Doing a big part of it. Obviously, you want to have quality with quantity. So I don't have any numbers per se. It's more just focus, preparation, make sure all that's good, and then show up and compete, really.
And I just last thing, because I remember when we first had you on, when you first got here, I silly, but I asked you about your mustache, and you said, well, that's what I got for now, but don't be surprised if I go somewhere else. Got the beard this spring.
Yeah.
Do we know where we're going next, or is it just kind of happens as it happens?
We'll see how it performs.
Okay. Of course.
That's what it's a good
That's
start.
what he said. Yeah.
It's a good start to the year. It's hard to change things up.
Okay.
Now I do get bored fairly easily, unfortunately. So if I'm just going and things are going well, but I get bored, I could go clean shaven. I go mustache. I can cut my hair. It's I like to just kind of go with the flow.
It's a fluid situation.
Very fluid.
Well, Dylan, we appreciate your time, man. We know you got to get in there for this meeting. Good luck to this for this season, and much health, 100% health.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate you guys.
Dylan Cease, ladies and gentlemen.
Chris Hella with the hard-hitting beard questions there.
I was just telling you off the air, I think that the beard might be the most asked thing to Dylan Cease this offseason.
I'm sure it is. But the only reason I followed up is because when he first got here, the mustache was the thing.
Yeah.
And then he informed us then. He said, sometimes I go beard. And now he's gone beard.
He's got a better beard than I do.
He's got a thicker beard than you.
Oh, yeah.
Yours is better
manicured.
Yours is better manicured. I got to give you the nod.
If I was a professional baseball player, it would be all over the place.
Why?
Because I don't want to.
Would you want to be like Charlie Blackmon?
Shaving.
Like Charlie Blackmon always, as much as I, thought Charlie was kind of cool and interesting, looked a little much.
It did look, especially for
I'll
you're
tell you
going
who's
to
got-
hot places during the summer.
I'll tell you who's got the worst beard in baseball, though.
Oh, let me guess.
You know who it is. Brandon Marsh.
Oh, he doesn't have a beard, does he?
Yeah, with the hair and then the beard, and he
He
washes
does have
his,
a beard. You're
he
right.
waters his hair
I know
down
all about the
before
hair.
every inning.
I know all about the hair, and that grosses me out.
It looks greasy. Brandon, why? Why?
He said he loves it.
We don't.
Like, who? I know there are tons of women listening in the audience right now. How many of you like to wet down your hair and just leave it like that forever without like blow drying it or drying it in any form? Just pouring water and then leaving.
Better yet, any of the lovely ladies out there, dial up a quick picture of Brandon Marsh and let Scraby know what you think.
I'm good. I already know what they think. I'm pretty sure.
Jason Adam, we think that he is the greatest, honestly, and he's going to be our final interview from Peoria that comes up after a short break on Gwynn and Chris.
Thank you for listening to 97.3 The Fan. Be back shortly. I would be back shortly if the thing will click. See, I'm clicking. I have no idea what's happening. It's not playing any commercials right now. Well, this is just great, everybody. Let me see if I could try to start another one. All right. Well, this is awesome. On the air right now with no help. And there are no commercials to be played. Actually, you know what I'm going to do, everybody? You're getting a real live thing right here. This is real live Matt Scraby. I'm going to have to restart Wide Orbit real quick. So goodbye, Wide Orbit. It's not even closing. I'm going to text Adam, and I'm going to say, Adam, I tried to go to break, and the commercials did not play, and the program won't shut down. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to have to do some Control-Alt-Delete over here. Control-Alt-Delete. Okay, I got it. Task Manager. It's not coming up. There it goes. Task Manager came up, everybody. I have no idea. I'm way too generous with my stroke giving. Never mind.
Are you really?
Never mind.
Wait.
I did not
Let's
mean for
explore
that to happen. I did not.
That sounds like a promo to me.
Scraby's giving out strokes. I can't wait to hear that one. I'm gonna laugh for a while on that one.
Nate says, Scravy, maybe you should date her.
You might be a generous stroke giver, but I don't think she really wants to leave her boyfriend for that.
All right, that was good. That was good. In full disclosure, I'm reading this. Tony can't gather himself right now. That was a good one, Chris. That was a really good one. So I saw this at 7-Eleven, and I had to get it. It's called the One Chip Challenge. It was sitting there in the aisle, and I thought, why not? Because I am into spicy stuff. But this thing looks pretty hot. I'm not going to lie. It says a Reaper pepper and a Scorpion pepper. It's also in the shape of a coffin, which doesn't make me very happy about that. It doesn't make me feel good. Oh, extreme heat, it says. I'm going to try a little bit first, just so I don't die, I guess. That's the thing I'm saying. This looks... I don't even know if I should be eating this. It looks like it has mold or something, but let's see how hot it is. Let's go. There's a little bit of spice there. It's going. Oh, man. This is hot. Not that bad, though. I still have this side to go. It is getting hot. I'm not gonna lie. My mouth is like getting crazy. Now it's kicking in. I'm not sure if I'm gonna finish this. Honestly, it's getting serious. I gotta go with the milk. My mouth is dying right now. Yeah, this is not fun, guys. Never gonna do that again because my mouth is on fire. Thank you for listening to 97.3 The Fan. Be back shortly. I would be back shortly if the thing will click. See, I'm clicking. I have no idea what's happening. It's not playing any commercials right now. Well, this is just great, everybody. Let me see if I could try to start another one. All right. Well, this is awesome. On the air right now with no help. And there are no commercials to be played. Actually, you know what I'm going to do, everybody? You're getting a real live thing right here. This is real live Matt Scraby. I'm going to have to restart Wide Orbit real quick. So goodbye, Wide Orbit. It's not even closing. I'm going to text Adam, and I'm going to say, Adam, I tried to go to break, and the commercials did not play, and the program won't shut down. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna have to do some Control-Alt-Delete over here. Control-Alt-Delete. Okay, I got it. Task Manager. It's not coming up. There it goes. Task Manager came up, everybody. I have no idea.
I'm way too generous with my stroke giving. Never mind.
Are you really?
Never mind.
Wait.
I did not mean for that to happen. I did not.
That sounds like a promo to me.
Scraby's giving out strokes. I can't wait to hear that one. I'm gonna laugh for a while on that one.
Nate says, Scravy, maybe you should date her.
You might be a generous stroke giver, but I don't think she really wants to leave her boyfriend for that.
All right, that was good. That was good. In full disclosure, I'm reading this. Tony can't gather himself right now. That was a good one, Chris. That was a really good one. So I saw this at 7-Eleven, and I had to get it. It's called the One Chip Challenge. It was sitting there in the aisle, and I thought, why not? Because I am into spicy stuff. But this thing looks pretty hot. I'm not going to lie. It says a Reaper pepper and a Scorpion pepper. It's also in the shape of a coffin, which doesn't make me very happy about that. It doesn't make me feel good. Oh, extreme heat, it says. I'm going to try a little bit first, just so I don't die, I guess. That's the thing I'm saying. This looks... I don't even know if I should be eating this. It looks like it has mold or something, but let's see how hot it is. Let's go. There's a little bit of spice there. It's going. Oh, man. This is hot. It's not that bad, though. I still have this side to go. It is getting hot. I'm not gonna lie. My mouth is like getting crazy. Now it's kicking in. I'm not sure if I'm gonna finish this. Honestly, it's getting serious. I gotta go with the milk. My mouth is dying right now. Yeah, this is not fun, guys. Never gonna do that again because my mouth is on fire.
All right, welcome back to Gwynn and Chris. We have one final segment from Peoria, then we must get on up out of here. We don't have to go home, but we got to get out of here. We got one interview left. Jason Adam will join us shortly. There's an NCAA basketball tournament game right now. Alabama State trailed the entire way, but not anymore. Alabama State 66, St. Francis of PA 62. They're coming down to the last 4 minutes there. And
I hate that you're even reporting on this, because the only reason then you're giving into the NCAA, and the reason that they're doing this is because they want money and blah, 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 blah. Do people really care about 2 16 seeds playing? And I'm not trying to make fun of you. I'm just asking.
I don't know. Just the fact it's the start of the tournament.
Okay.
It's the first game.
All right, I could buy that.
It's crazy.
I could buy that.
Aztec, and there's actually a minute 36 left. So I'm just hoping it gets over so the Aztecs get out on the court on time.
Yeah, that would be nice. I see what you're doing. You're just following the game that's before them.
I am.
Okay.
You got the starting lineup for the Aztecs, and there's pretty good news in that starting lineup.
And no.
Well, I want to hear. Don't we have the organ? That's
don't know.
baseball, though.
Yeah.
But I think it would be appropriate for
Frank.
The
Play something.
The Aztecs starting lineup for the NCAA tournament. All right, there we go. We'll take
Frank.
that.
Man, I wish I was as smart as Frank to use the Aztecs theme song.
Good job, Frank.
The starting lineup for your San Diego State Aztecs: Nick Boyd, Miles Bird, BJ Davis, Jared Coleman Jones, and our favorite player, Magoon Guath. How was that, Chris?
Pretty good.
Thank you.
Got me riled up.
Magoon Guath back in the starting lineup, everybody.
And while you were announcing that, St. Francis just tied the game with 30 seconds to go. They're probably going to overtime. The Aztecs will have to wait. Anyway.
Why don't they put more cushion in between these games? I don't understand it.
You know, that is a good question. They give it the old 2-hour window.
It's not a 2-hour game
get,
anymore.
Right. No games get played in the 2-hour window.
You air 2 hours worth of commercials.
During the regular season, Aztec fans know exactly what you're talking about because the game will be on CBS Sports Net at 6 o'clock.
Oh, yeah.
But you turn it on at 6 o'clock, you got to watch the last 7 minutes of the Villanova-Marquette game because they're running over. That happens every time.
Don't care about either of those teams.
I know. So I get, you're totally hitting it on the head. There was one coaching move made today in college basketball. I found it to be semi-interesting. The West Virginia coach, and his name is like Daniels or something like that. I don't have it in front of me because I'm watching this. But he almost got them into the tournament. They got left out.
Darian DeVries.
Thank you. I said Daniels. DeVries. Okay. Mr. DeVries is now the head coach at Indiana. He's moved on. Away from West Virginia, where they didn't make it. Now the governor, I guess, can sue everybody. Can sue the NCAA for putting Carolina in. He can sue Indiana for stealing his coach. The governor of West Virginia can just go hog wild. Sue anybody.
It's just so strange to me, these coaches sometimes. It's like the coach was upset they didn't make it. He's not upset anymore.
Oh, he's fine.
He took another job, and he's going to Indiana.
He may not even been upset in the first place. He must have known. He probably knew he was going to Indiana.
True. That stuff does drive me nuts.
Well, and it's when stuff like that happens that it's hard to complain about the kids.
You can't complain about
transferring and taking money to go play somewhere. As a matter of fact, our old friend Steve Alford had a big comment the other night that he thinks the whole system is broken and the kids are making too much money and et cetera. And somebody tweeted back, never heard anybody complain about the coaches making an absurd amount of money to coach. And that's true, is it not? College coaches make
a lot.
Like 12, 15. How much did Patino, somebody like that, make? Right? So,
he may have had to take a pay cut just to get back in.
Patino might not be the best example, but you know what I mean? These college basketball and football coaches make an insane amount of money. And so for them, it seems a little tone deaf to be complaining about what the players are making.
Real quick, we have to move on because we got traffic and then we got Jason Adam. But Andrew Weekly is today's biggest fan. Call us 833-288-0973 in the next 10 minutes, and you will have your chance to win the grand prize, which is 20 tickets in the Odyssey Suite. Andrew Weekly. I'm sorry, people. I forgot again.
No, you didn't. You got it in.
But we promised between 5:30 and 5:35.
Yeah, well, that's who's counting. All right, here's traffic, and then Jason Adam wraps it up for us, our final interview from Peoria.
Hey.
Continuing our visits at spring training in Peoria, Padres spring training, and really happy to be joined by Padres reliever Jason Adam joining us. And all I remember about last year is one of our Friar Friday interviews was with Jason Adam, and I remember it was my favorite one, like of the whole year. It's fun to get to catch up with you again. What are you working on this spring? What does Jason Adam work on? Somebody who hardly ever allows a base runner. Sorry about that, but I mean, it really is crazy. Come on.
No. I'm very thankful for how last year went. But this year's I've actually had a lot to work on. I think I came in feeling great, and then I had a few good outings, like result-wise, but I knew I wasn't quite right. So I've been working on just getting that feel back for it. Almost, when you're right, it just feels like a slingshot. It feels easy.
Yeah.
So I was chasing that, and now within the last few days, I've been feeling that more. So now I can shift from that whole process into more just now as seasons, 8 days away, I can just focus on trying to execute pitches and competing.
Talk a little bit about that, because I saw the first 3 outings where the results were anything that anybody would want. But speak to the mindset of knowing in the moment that you're getting these outs and you're getting the results, but you just know that something isn't right. And so you're also attacking that while you're getting good results. So how do you convince yourself at that point there's still work to be done here?
Yeah, that's something I've learned a lot about just in the last few years of my career. Like, you really, if you hang your hat on the results, it may work for a little, but there's a lot of days you go out there, you can punch out the side with bad mechanics and bad pitches. And so if you're evaluating your day on the results, oh yeah, it was a great day, and then you're going to go out and do that the next time, and maybe it works that time, or maybe you give up a grand slam, you know.
Right.
So especially in spring training, I try to really evaluate the process. How is my body moving? How are the pitches coming out of my? I'm big on how it feels coming out of my hand, because it starts ground up. Like, if my feet are right, my legs are right, my legs are at my hips, it goes up, and it results in the ball feeling clean off the fingertips. And I wasn't feeling that.
So do you know if it's not coming out of your hand well, that something below from your waist down is not working properly?
Exactly. So then it's just a game of, all right, what is it? So I can tell when something's not right. I just can't always tell what it is.
Right.
Which is why I love Ruben and Fritzy and the whole team here. They can help me put my finger on it. And I feel like it's never just one thing either, but I feel like we've got a good handle on it. And so the results have been trash the last few outings, but the process, I'm really pleased with the process and how in the strides we've made in the right direction, so that I can feel confident. Because the stuff at the beginning of spring, I was like, yeah, I can get the job done with this, but this isn't going to be our maximum.
If it makes you feel any better, we had Ruben on yesterday, and he said he kind of liked the fact that you guys have given up some runs and some base runners.
He brought up
he wants you guys to work with a little difficulty out there.
The fact that Morty Hone and a couple, I think it was Estrada, haven't really had any traffic.
Yeah.
You don't get those reps working on those type of things. So in some ways, he was kind of happy to savage you.
Yep, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Yeah. What's your game day like? Not necessarily prior to the game, but once a game starts. Jason Adam to me is synonymous with the 8th inning, but we don't know. It could be a little different. So how do you take yourself through a game? Early innings, middle innings, and then later innings?
Yeah. So here it's been great. Shilty and Fritzy and Ruben, they communicate like, hey, this is probably your pocket. And it changes by the day. It changes the point of the season we're at, who we're playing, all that. But say my pocket's like, hey, you're going to be 7th or 8th when this group comes up.
Okay.
And so I just prepare around that. So I can watch the game around the 4th inning. I start getting the body moving. And then I just keep moving and progressing my routine so that I can be peaking right at the 7th inning. And then if I don't throw the 7th, I'm throughout the 7th inning, I'm doing a little more movement just to stay hot. And part of the movement too, it just gets you in the frame of mind. Once you start moving and prepping, you're like, all right, it's game time. Because the first 4 innings, you're watching the game, but it's laid back.
Are you in the bullpen first 4 innings, or do you like to be in the dugout and then go out? Or?
No, I'm in the bullpen.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's just I love it out there. It's,
I'm sure there's some great banter going on.
Yeah, these guys are.
I don't want to miss out on that.
That's a fraternity that only they are allowed to be a part of. Right?
I always found myself so fascinated by the pitchers, the teams that I've been on, because their group it's just different, man.
Yeah.
They get along completely different than I think the rest of the guys do, and I've always been fascinated. You kind of opened my mind up to some of the things you were talking about today as it pertained to the ball not coming out right, and the fact that Fritzy and Ruben can help you kind of get your finger on it. How has that changed over the past, really since when you first came into the league? It would seem like the answers are at your disposal a lot easier than they were when you first came into the league. I think that's just so fascinating to be able to go to the screen, say, okay, this is what we're seeing, and then be able to make that adjustment in the very next pitch you throw.
Yeah, it's the technology, the coaching styles has totally changed. Yeah, when I first came up, it was like, this is what you got, go compete with it, which there's a ton of value in that too.
Right.
But now it's like, so in the game, this is what you got, go compete with it. But then between the game, you have you got the TrackMan and you got the slow motion camera, so you can be like, why was that not working?
Right.
And
As
then,
opposed to having to guess.
yeah, and and that felt like this, and then look at the screen like, oh, but it was trash. So that's not
That's
a good
not
feeling.
right. We don't
Like,
want
you
that
know,
feeling.
Yeah. Or this felt funny, but it was really good. All right, well, let's try to like groove that feeling. So it's just you get that instant feedback, so you can make adjustments so
That's
much
so
quicker.
cool, man.
Yeah, that's not fair. When I pitched, I didn't know what I was doing. Yeah. To say that I pitched in his presence is kind of silly because he's another world. Okay, I remember from our visit last year, but one of the best things that ever happened to you in the long run was you injured your arm.
Yeah.
And repeat just for the people that didn't hear, because you do have an interesting motion, and you told us that it was because that's the only way you can throw and not feel the pain.
Yeah.
It's crazy that that's worked out for you.
Crazy. Yeah. It's like all things work together for good, and whether we see it in the moment or not, I truly believe that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was with the Padres in the minor leagues at the time, and I was on year 3 of rehab. I'm like, this isn't working. I am insane. Like, to keep trying this. So I remember seeing a buddy that just threw kind of from his ear. It's like, all right, I'll try that, and I just touched the ball to my ear, and I stepped and threw, and I was like, oh, that didn't hurt. And I just kept adding to it, working my way back.
As you take the first couple of throws, because I imagine at this point, every time you go back to throw, even if it's not like painful, you feel something.
Yeah.
So the first time you do this and you let the ball go, first couple times.
Yeah.
What is going through your mind? Because this is probably the first time in a very long time that you've thrown a baseball and just not felt anything.
There's super hesitant. Like, what am I doing? Like, wasting my time. Yeah, like, is this gonna work? But it was kind of like, if not, then I'm gonna get released anyways.
Right.
So it was like, what have I got to lose? But yeah, so I just boom, and I was like, hey, I don't think that hurt. Like, and then I was like, I did it a little harder, and I'm like, yeah, that's all right.
Wow.
Yeah, and then it just kept. So then the unintended consequences, it made my ball spin tighter. It made my pitches better, and it made me a little deceptive. So
yeah, I
was just trying to survive, and it ended up helping me thrive.
Well, we always enjoy catching up with you, man. You have been a pleasure so far this spring, and I always enjoy getting a chance to spend some time with you, man. You got a great kind of energy about you, man.
Thank you.
And I don't mean to make you feel uncomfortable, but I appreciate you because 8th inning, if I have to hit the restroom at home, I know the inning's clean.
No.
Not going to miss anything.
No.
Not going to miss anything.
Jason, we appreciate your time, man. Thanks for spending.
Thank you.
Appreciate y'all.
Oh, wow. It was our last interview, so I had to close with something crazy.
No, did you hear him? He's like, no. He must be a superstitious guy.
Probably so, but man, he's so good. And it is interesting because he did have some lights out performances at the beginning of spring, and then he struggled for a couple of games. But as he said there, the games where he gave up runs, he was feeling better. So that makes me feel better about him going into the season because he's on.
When people say spring training doesn't matter, it's stuff like that. Like, if he leaves the game and he feels like he did good, then
he gave up 4 runs, but he felt like he pitched well. That's better than giving up no runs and feeling like he didn't, have his best stuff.
Yeah.
Jason Adams.
And it's the whole story behind him being with the Padres and then them rehabbing him getting let go.
And it talks
coming
about
back.
he did the whole. If you did not watch it on YouTube, but he talks about it. The ball basically touches his right ear before he delivers the pitch.
It's crazy.
And he does that because it's the only motion he can do without his arm hurting.
And he can still just sling it in there.
You talk about a crazy, way to discover something. All right. Thanks to Craig and Danny and Darren and Tiffany and anybody else I hopefully did not leave out from the Padres PR staff for helping us while we were here. We had a great 2 days. I hope you enjoyed all the interviews we were able to give you. We'll be back in San Diego tomorrow.
We're forgetting a thank you.
Uh-oh.
Frank Marchese back on the board.
Oh, yeah.
Come on.
I know. Frank's the man.
When I was back in studio and they didn't mention me, I went home and cried, Chris. Do you want Frank to cry?
No, I would have got to Frank. He was.
Oh, yeah, you were?
Yeah, he wasn't anyway. For Tony, Scraby, Chris, and Frank Marchese, Padre Baseball is next.
Padres Giants.
Gonna go!